VOD stream. Okay. Hello, Jack Rex. Hope you're doing well. Happy whatever today is, Thursday. Yeah. Had something in my throat. Okay. I'm good. I'm good to go. Time to art. So yeah, I think today the plan is to add this location, this one, and maybe another one to this map. I think it'd be fun to do like a, like a little beachy area, like a reef place, whatever you want to call it. Ruined reef. I don't know. We need a name for these locations. But I think that's what I'm going to start out today. I might have other locations to add to the map. We did this painting a couple days ago. I don't know if I want to add it to the map. Probably could. That one might have to be on the repaint board. That one could kind of be on the map. I don't know. For sure this one, though, because I like that. And I in my head, for this little personal project thing that I'm doing, I'm kind of thinking, like, would I ever want to paint one of these environments again? And if the answer is yes, then it will go on the map. Because, like, if I'm going to do an entire city, for example, then it would be cool to be able to do multiple views of it, right? But... or, like, this location, expand on the lore and build it up. So, yeah. Art. Yes, today is an art day, indeed. Jack Rex, have you done any art lately? Also, I just realized your name is Jack Rex Live. Do you stream? I've never asked, but if you do, what do you stream? I feel like Jack... Now I'm snooping. I don't normally snoop, but I am curious. What sort of stuff do you stream? Ooh, I see... Is this Spyro? I see Spyro. Okay, in your VODs. That's fun. We talked about Spyro on stream before, I think. You're working on it, ... and so far not. So you're working on art, but so far not streaming? No worries. Okay, let's see. Where do I start, is the question. So this is... Okay, let me just open up a bunch of stuff. Hopefully I don't crash stream or anything. But I just want to open up some of the previous... I need to make some, like, small thumbnails for this so I can bring up the old versions. Because so far, we have a few locations in here. Some I like more than others. These are the three that I actually like. I have this one. These three are already on the map. So, like, this was the very first one we did, and then we added it to the map. Right there. There's a little icon. And that's kind of the plan here, is where each time I do a scene, like this one, I add it over here. It's like a big forest. As far as where the forest is, I don't know. It could be a different shape. We could do little, like, islands and stuff. I don't know. But right now, it's just, I plopped it on the map, and if it expands, it'll expand. And then I have this location, which is going to be like it is going to sort of like a city of sorts, or a lead-in to the city. That's on the world map, is, a giant city. And so, yeah, that's kind of... I'm thinking about, like, where to add this. So this one, it's daylight, right? So it has to be somewhere in the day area, so more on the right half of the map, right? Because we've decided that this half is we perpetually night and perpetually day. And so, yeah, I mean, we could add, like, water anywhere. Like, we don't have to stick to this layout, if I wanted to make, like, an ocean or something. But I do kind of like this. It's almost like I don't know, like, maybe there should be some water over here or something. Like, so it feels like this is a continent. Rather than just, like, all land and all water. But I think for now, something like here, right? Where it's like... Could be something here. I mean, I'd like to add it here because this is more central and it's also just looks more interesting. But I think back here would make more sense. Uh, because this is still kind of in that twilight zone, right? Like that middle area. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Let's add some stuff over here. And also because this is further away, this is just like from an art perspective, because it's further away, I'm kind of able to draw it more of like a what do you call it? More like three-dimensional, whereas if I feel like here I'm looking more down at stuff because the way that the map is, it's like in perspective. And so I feel like I get, especially for these like where is it? Where's the image I'm painting? This one. So especially for like these things where you have these tall structures, it's kind of nice to be able to show them from... I'm just going to close some of these. I'm getting all confused. Okay, this one. So how do I do this? Let's bring up a reference. Sorry, I gotta gather my thoughts here. Jackrat said something, and then my screen went away. 1 second. Working right now on a few pieces. Nice. Stream is for the future. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I think with streaming is definitely like a creative endeavor also. So that's all. I think something good to keep in mind with streaming. While I'm not like the most pro streamer, so I don't have all the tips and tricks or whatever, but I do think viewing it as a creative endeavor is the way to do it so that you can approach it kind of like you would with art, which is you just start, right? And you keep on doing it because you improve as you do it. You're never going to be like, now I'm ready to stream. Now my stream's going to be good. Not really. Like, you're always going to have to come up with new things and adjust stuff and change and run into new, right? Like, there's always that sort of constant, like, you don't even know what the brand of your stream's gonna be, right? Like, or like, I know that's a weird phrase to say, but like, you don't, like, when you do art, right? Like, you may not even know for sure, like, if you follow, people's careers who have done different things in art, they didn't always know that they were gonna end up as like a character artist or a environment artist or doing their own comic. A lot of times they had no idea, right? A lot of times you start, you don't, all is like, oh, I like drawing and I like drawing, my favorite characters. But then at some point you stumble into 3D modeling and then you get into that. And I think stream is much the same, right? It's like you don't really know where it's going to go. You might have some sort of initial goals, but those goals will almost always change a little. I think. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But I do feel like for streaming, just trying it is good, at least for me. But obviously, nobody has to because everybody can do what they want. But yeah, okay. We are gonna... Oh, I know what I was gonna do. I was gonna take a screenshot. Sorry, I went on a ramble, and I forgot what I was doing. Not the first time that's happened. Today. Or ever. Okay. Let's paint that. So I put a... Oops. There. This little image is the one we're not actually gonna paint the whole thing, but I'm gonna make a little, well, first things first is I have to, because this image is 6,000 pixels and this looks like it's all blurry, that's because I stretched it, so I need to, like, smooth out the environment here and just basically paint in an area where I can, like, paint on top of. And then I'm going to treat this thing as, like, the coral, like, not coral, but, like, what do you call it? A little area with underwater stuff. So maybe there's some here. Maybe it goes inland a bit. So this is, like, maybe there's even... It's funny, because now I'm kind of, like, designing it from above. Maybe there's, like, a little stairway that, like, leads into this area off the land. And it has all these little spiky coral places. It's like a... Right, so there's a little area with a bunch of, maybe there's an archway here. Something like that. Skittle, how's it going? Yay, spikes. Yay, spikes indeed. Stereonix, or How am I struggling with your name again? It's been so long. Hello, it has been a long time. I forgot how to say your name. I guess I used to always say your name wrong. I used to say Stereonix, or Stereon... Anyway, just next. Yeah, but Stereono next. Gotcha. Okay, next. Yeah, how's it going? Long time no see, Druffzilla. Bonjour. Bonjour, indeed. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, his little spiky shapes are cool. I think for this, it's definitely gonna be... I guess we'll try to color match, kind of, sort of. But if we do that, then there's no contrast. So what are we doing down here? Maybe this area... I don't know if it's going to be good to use like a hard edge brush here. But if I do this, a lot brighter. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, this is the location above water. Yeah, it's above water. Yeah, it's above water. It's like... Yeah, there's like the water on the ground. Yeah, there's water on the ground. It's like maybe at one point it was below water, but now it's above, right? So it's like I'm kind of imagining it like half above, half, like, there's probably a part in the ocean or in the lake or river or whatever that is below water, but then there's also like an above land spot. So like, you know, it's just a think of like, you know, you go down to explore old ruins, and like at some point they become submerged, but like this is the above part. Hey, Commissar Skull, how's it going? At least that's how I'm envisioning it. Or not really envisioning it, that's not the right word. I mean, I guess it is, maybe. Love the idea to put your creations on a big map. Since when you do that? It's pretty recent. I only have like 5 locations on the map so far. So, and we do like a stream painting a stream kind of. So, these are the ones we have on the map so far. A little town that I've painted, a little forest, and ignore the numbers. The numbers are just there for my own reference, so that. But also it helps me see where the locations are. A little farming village. This one was the first one we did. It's sort of the most like fantastical in a way, and then it is in the middle of the desert, and then we added that to the map. And basically, anything that isn't a location is subject to change. So it's like, this thing is... Hopefully the map will grow and sort of take on a life of its own as I start like, oh, what if we carved an... You know, I'm not quite to the point where I feel like it's taking on a life of its own. But at some point, it's like, what if we carved a river through here, right? And then, like, we could do that, right? We could just start cutting through the landscape. As long as it's not something that we've already done... Right? Like, I'm not going to allow myself to, like, put a river through here because we've already painted the scene. And I'm not going to go back and, like, you know, re-figure out, like, oh, what if we make a river through here? And, you know, there we go. Like, I'm not going to do that, right? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess I could. And then there's some places like this, which I didn't really paint. All I painted is, like, you know, maybe this is all I would have painted and we were looking this way or something. And so that's something like this scene. And so it's like, if I want to do another image of a potential city, I can design the city for days, right? Like, I could just go in and start painting. But at the start, there's just a blocking of, like, here will be a city. And obviously, it's just blobs, right? But, so yeah, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no, it's fun. It's a fun way to just kind of connect things together in a sort of low stakes way. It doesn't have to, you know, it's not crazy meaningful or anything. There isn't some big, great plan. No grand plan in mind. I'm kind of hoping that it does become, though, more... What do you call it? like as more nuanced, I guess. Like as I paint on it, the I will be forced to like decide. For example, if I want to put a city here, right? Let's say this map gets so crowded that I decide there's going to be a city here. Well, then I can incorporate things related to this, right? So suddenly there's like these, barnacles, structures, and giant old artifacts and stuff, Or maybe I want to put, maybe there's explorers who go through here or something, and they are, they're themed based on this location. Like, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with it, but the more locations I get, the more sort of interactions there can be, right, between environments. It's kind of like I mean, this is sort of how Magic the Gathering sets up their worlds, right? You have, like, these 5, like, colors. You have your or like land types, right? You have your mountains, your plains, your swamps, your islands, and your forests. But then you have like the edge of that, right? You have the forest plains, the mountain swamps, the island swamps, right? And then the forest islands, right? And you have where the two land types, the two, you could call them like not tribes, but they kind of stand for things, right? They're like entire archetypes, and they sort of where they clash or how they fuse together and they become something new. And then you can start fusing more of them. And that's kind of the same here. It's like we're fusing concepts, right? What is this purple energy thing? Explosion lost in the middle of the, maybe there's people who, make a journey through the desert here, and they haul back this magical crystal energy stuff, right? And so there's like an entire, like, maybe there's villages throughout here, along a trade route or something, right? Or this sort of, this caravan route. There's a big road here where these people will, make a trek to harvest the energy that is in this image, right? I don't know, but like that kind of thing isn't going to exist until I get enough spots on the map, and that's kind of my goal right now. Just populate it. Filling it up. And I don't think these little things are going to take too long. Although some of it has, there's going to be like contrast issues. I kind of discovered it with this one, that it's very low contrast and it's almost, you can't even really see it. So I do want them to stand out. Also, I put these giant spires back here, so not quite sure what I'll do there. But yeah. And also, if anybody wants to share any art, Stereonics, what have you been doing? What have you been up to? What have you been up to? Backgrounds are your weakest thing right now. You'll get there. Everybody has the weakest thing. Everybody has some weakest area. Yeah, I find, to me, backgrounds are more just like a different way of thinking. And I say that because characters are a different way of thinking. And so, presumably, I'm sort of making the assumption that people who thrive at characters think about them slightly different. Because, like, I mean, maybe that's not true, because I do think about environments kind of like a character, but I also, like, when actually painting, I do think I don't think about, like, objects as being... How do I word it? I guess I flip-flop. I'm a little flip-floppy, I think, when it comes to environments. Like, I'm not always thinking about it like a... like an interior decorator, right? Or someone who is thinking like, oh, the bookshelf goes here and the table goes here. I'm not thinking about that like within an environment, right? I'm not thinking about where the things are. I'm mostly, at least in the early stages, like in this stage of the painting, right? It's mostly more about like composition, like art stuff, like a mood, vibe, kind of. How does it make you feel? There's obviously going to be some design aspects to it where it's like, okay, if this spot is in water and it's you know, seashell shapes. Maybe there's, you know, themes around that, like barnacles, or maybe the colors of it are gonna make it look very aquatic or something, right? So it's more about these big ideas that are very like, they're not specific. It's not like here's a shell that's leaning up against a rock. I mean, maybe, but that's not that important, right? Like, yes, maybe I put a shell leaning up against this wall, but that's not like a super important part of the painting. It's more of like just little areas of focus, kind of. It's more important to, like, maybe I might decide that I want small objects on the ground to like help lead the eye or add variety. And so then I'll add things, but it's not like, I think sometimes with characters, people are like, you know, this is my character, this is who they are, very specific thing, right? They have a tattoo of a dinosaur on their forearm, and like, I don't care in my environments to that, like, I don't typically get that level of specificity. At least not in a way that's like I'm super beholden to it. Right? Like if I decided that this was going to have a certain pattern on it, I'm, at least right now, I'm not at the stage in the painting where it matters what that pattern is. And so it's not like, yeah. So sometimes I get the sense that people who do character designs, sometimes they care a ton about like the super nitty gritty, which I think at some point you have to. Same for environments. But I think early on in environments I don't. And I feel like that helps. It helps to think super big picture, because then you can just block in like, you know, big landforms, big masses, you know, patterns of shape. You know, if you have like rock and grass, right, where just making the patterns of rock and grass sort of make sense in a way, rather than being like, you know, here's a very specific rock. Anyway, Just Fiction, hello, long time no see. Actually, hasn't been that long, but I hope you've been well. So far, 2 months without upload. It doesn't matter. I think I got pretty close there. I don't think I've uploaded. Let's see, we're in the 7th month already. We're in July. I haven't uploaded 7 things this year. Probably not. I've probably skipped a month or two. I don't know. I don't think uploading stuff matters. There's a fun thought that I sometimes remind myself of, and it actually, every time there's a new social media platform, I'm reminded of this little fact, which is, if you just start making art, and like in 5 years, if you keep making art, right, you might feel like you're sort of producing art at the same rate you're uploading it, but then when a new platform comes out, you're gonna have years or months and months and months of art that's already curated, or, you know, your previous work that you could sort of drip feed into these algorithms, and it really can take the pressure off. So like, I think it doesn't matter if you start uploading right now or not. Like, it's all, I mean, it's always better, I think, to start early, but it's like, if you just only have 2 pieces of art, you shouldn't be feeling like you then have to make more art to upload. I think that's the worst thing, is when you feel like you're on that treadmill and you have to keep on running, and that's not good. I think that's the worst spot to be in. And like, it's social media. Like, unless you're doing it as your job, like, I don't. Why do that to yourself? To me, social media should be more like, you use it if you enjoy using it, and if you don't, then don't. Let's have some greenish colors. Even this image, I'm sort of just plopping in colors that are similar, and I'm gonna shape them and sculpt them later. Just trying to get like a critical mass of colors and textures. Ooh, that's nice. The brown's good in here. It's a little darker. Are these things too small? I think they are. Maybe we'll make them bigger. Just bigger shapes so that we can see them, you know? Maybe this is gonna be like the front gates to like some sort of courtyard. I'm not even sure what I'm doing. Doesn't really look like the thing I'm painting. But that's okay. I mean, this is the thing, right? We should probably make this thing important. And I realize I'm basically painting with pixels here, so it's not super important that it's crisp. Honestly, it's going to be probably more important the shapes are similar. Something like that, maybe. And then maybe behind it, we can put some contrasting shapes. Flipping this doesn't work. Even that, it's funny that this is like, despite being 6,000 pixels wide, this is still so tiny. I love this world building concept you've been working on. Is it this just a just for fun project? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a just for fun project. It's a way for me to kind of give myself direction with the art that I'm making. So instead of the art being completely standalone and having no, like, I don't know what the right word is, backstory. I don't really like the word backstory here, but sometimes it's just nice to, like, have more things to make choices on, right? Like, giving yourself more constraints, right? Because then the more things you already know about your project, or the more constraints you're aware of, the more choices you have, more info to make choices with, right? It's not just whatever, I'll do whatever I'm feeling like today, but it's now like, oh well, there's certain things I can do and certain things I can't do, and then there's a whole bunch of middle ground that's I get to play in, and it just makes it more fun, I guess. But also, like, I'm kind of still just doing what I have always done, right? I'm still just painting random environments. Mostly they're sketches. They're not super refined. But now I get to add them to the map, and it just makes it... yeah, it just makes it a little bit more enjoyable, I guess. Be a fun... You're this... Either you've said that before or someone else has said that. Yeah. I'm not thinking of it as a portfolio because a lot of the things in here are going to be not amazing. Like, it's just literally going to be like a one-off painting. But what I'm hoping is that at some point there will be like either a critical mass of work in here to where the world really starts feeling like it's coming alive and there's actually a lot of like nuance and interaction. And also, I don't know, one of the two, maybe I'd like to make someday like an interactive map where it's like, you know, it's online, you can click it, it'll bring up the piece. I guess you could think of that as a portfolio, but more of just a... Yeah, I guess you could call it a portfolio. I don't know. To me, a portfolio implies it's like curated and it's your best work. That's not my plan with this. Because in fact, it's almost the opposite. Like, one of the reasons I've all consistently fail to keep with personal projects is because I'm always too like specific about what I want to do. And then once it starts, and then at some point it either gets difficult or for whatever, or maybe that's the reason, maybe it's because it's difficult or whatever reason, I start losing interest for some reason, right? And then it feels like you know when you're making a piece of art and like you're fussing over it and it just, you can never seem to call it done. You can never actually finish a thing because it's like it has to be good enough. I mean, I guess some people feel that way with social media, right? Where like your own expectations start ramping up. I'm trying to keep my expectations low with this. I'm trying to just make the art, keep it moving forward. It doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to, I mean, that doesn't mean I'm not going to care about the things I'm making. But it's not a portfolio. And I think to me that matters a lot, that I don't call it a portfolio, because that to me has that sort of idea that, oh, like it's like when people say I want to make a portfolio piece, that has a certain like weightiness to it, right? Like, oh, this needs to be a good piece. It needs to be representative of my current skill level. And that's not how I feel with this. Now, hopefully, as a whole, right, if you take the whole thing, it will be representative of my skill level, or of you know, what I'm doing, you know, in some small way. But any one piece doesn't need to be. And I also, you know, just like I always preach or ramble about, you know, I have, like, it, because it's, hey, Ronnie, how's it going? Because this is my personal project and it's not for anyone else, I have the right to go back and add things or delete things or rework a piece. And so that's also one of my hopes, is that like maybe I want to do a part 2 of this painting, right? Maybe it's just like a remake. And I want to update, you know, the shape of, where's the world map? And I want to update the shape of this, you know? And so it's like, okay, we're going to come in here and add rivers and lakes through here. I want to be able to feel like I can do that without being like, oh, I fussed so long over this. Nah, it's gonna start broad and get more narrow. So yeah, that's kind of my goal with it. Just says, and sure, it doesn't need to be a portfolio for you. Just generally stating that an interactive portfolio like this would be fun. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. And I think, I mean, it's funny because to some degree, like I'm not ignorant to the fact that like if I make a thing and it exists and some people think it's cool, it could very well, like, you know, get me work or something, right? Like, who knows? Like, maybe someone sees it and is like, hey, I've been doing something similar, but I'd like to pay you to work on it with me or something. You know, like, who knows where it'll lead? I don't know. You know, there's definitely an upside to having like a project that you've seen through from, you know, start to finish. What am I painting on here for? You know, there's definitely an upside to having like an actual project that you've done, you know, being like, hey, this is the thing I made. Because if somebody else has something that's similar, you might be the person for it, right? It reminds me of like, you know, the people who've, you know, done like you know, like realistic Pokemon fan art, and then they get hired on for the realistic Pokemon movie, right? For the Detective Pikachu or whatever. Or they get, you know, you have somebody who's been doing a very specific thing, you know, claymation or something, and then some director's like, I need people who are good at this, and then they hire them because they've done something similar. It's not like, you know, it doesn't have to be amazing. At some point, it's just like you need to, I don't know, like that's always a possibility. I'm not counting on that, but like that's definitely a thing that's happened. Sorry, Joe brought up a conversation topic, but now I have to go lurk mode. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. When I jumped, I'm just using your comment as a springboard for a conversation because that's the only way I know how to converse. Um, yeah, no worries. Happy lurking. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. But yeah, I think a lot of times, I mean, that's the same with just streaming in general, right? Like streaming in general has given opportunities for commissions, for example, because it's not like I set out to make my stream a portfolio, but at the same time, people will see your work and they're like, hey, I like what you've done. Would you be interested in working on this project? I'm like, okay, you know, it happens. And I'm not saying it's gonna happen again, but, you know, it very well could. So, but I'm not planning for it, right? That's not I guess that's the point that I'm trying to make is you don't plan for it, right? You're just doing a thing and putting it into the world and someone seeing it and saying, hey, that's cool. I wonder if they'd be open to this other opportunity. Or, in some cases, it's you are the one who's like, you know, I'm working on this project and I don't have the skills for this other thing. Maybe this other person would be on board to join me and we'll bring this thing and push it even further later, right? Like, you know, a programmer who is going to help me make it an interactive map, which I don't have anyone in mind, but hypothetically, if that were a thing, you know. Or, I mean, streaming's an example of this, right? You stream, and then at some point, I mean, I'll use Casey Snow as an example, because it's always fun to talk about people who may pop in, but you know, like, I doubt when she started streaming that she thought she would, you know, that she'd have, like, do her art gym and have people join in her streams. Like, that's a thing where she did a thing, she saw other people doing a similar thing, and she's like, hey, what if we combine them, right? Like, that's sort of the creative process, and you can't really plan for it. Like, I mean, I guess you can, but it probably wasn't planned for. It was probably like, this thing just makes a lot of sense, and so we're gonna do it, and then it works, and then you do it again, and then before long, it might become a thing you do. And I think most good projects are sort of have that life cycle. Maybe not most, but certainly a lot of projects have that life cycle. I mean, you hear stories of this in all domains, right? It's like a group of people get together and do a thing as a hobby, and then over time they progress it slowly by slowly. They start investing their own money into it, and pretty soon it's like a business, and then pretty soon it's bigger than that, you know? Oh, Sarah, thanks for the gift sub. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Just Fiction. Sarah, thanks. How are you? Welcome in. Thanks for the sub. There, spamming some emotes. How are you? Happy Thursday, people. How are you? I'm doing well. Today is a good day. Just hanging out, just chilling. Oh no, the screaming cowboy is muted. Wait, he's muted? Wait, what do you mean he's muted? It played for me, didn't it? Am I confused? Let me try to... Wait, did it really? Oh, you know what it might be? It might be for gift subs for some reason. Okay, I don't know how to play that again. It might just be very quiet. Yeah, it's possible. I think it's just very quiet. I'll turn it up a little bit. But anyway, thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. I've robbed you of the joy of the Screaming Cowboy. How dare you in the Screaming Cowboy is the highlight of my day. I know. I know, it's so good. The fact that you missed it is a travesty. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Today's been good. I've been up for a super long time because yesterday I got a message saying that they were gonna shut the water to my not to my apartment, but to my apartment building off at 7, and I stream at 11. So I'm like, okay, well, I need to make sure I'm at least up and like showered, and you know, I've filled my kettle with water before 7, just like have woken up and done what I need to do, which 7 might not sound bad, but it also doesn't really align with when I was going to be up anyway. So normally I would like take a nap around 7 because I was already up before 7. So I just had to stay up basically because I don't know. I didn't have to, but anyway, apparently I still have water. I don't think they ever even turned it off. They just said they were going to. Maybe they already did what they were going to do. I don't know. Give me a refund immediately. That's a you and Twitch thing. It doesn't go straight to my pocket. I mean, it does eventually go to my pocket, so I very much appreciate the sub, but first it goes to Twitch, and then they send it to me. It's not like it takes like 30 days. I forgot how long. I mean, you know this. You stream. By the way, Sarah streams. You guys should check out Sarah. I don't know how often she streams because I always miss her streams. Because I either don't have notifications on, or if I do, I never look at them. I pretty much, if I'm on Twitch and I'm looking to see who's on, and they're on, then I'll see them. But so far, it's only happened once. I wish I could stream more. Yeah. It hasn't been in a couple months? Okay. Well, no worries. Who knows? Maybe you'll get a secret stream from Sarah if you follow her. You never know. Hey, this is kind of like a little area. That's not bad, right? Surely that's okay. Maybe there's little pools of water over here. A tad stressed, but oh wait, let's see. You started 2 new freelance contracts shortly, so won't be a while still probably. Gotcha. One of them I have to do on top of Zoominos, which is shipping end of this month. Oh, nice! Congrats on shipping a game. A tad stressed, but I'll make it work. Yeah, you'll be okay. Sure. I also got contacted the other day to be added to Wild Blue's roster of freelance artists. Pretty big outsourced. I know Wild Blue. Wild Blue's rated us, and they stream on Twitch sometimes. Although I don't know if he has lately. He used to. Wild Blue, yeah, we know why. I know Wild Blue. I think technically I've talked to Andrew Silver, I think, is the guy who rated us. I think is his name. Maybe I'm wrong. Um, but I don't know. I think there's a bunch of them. There's more. There's more than just him. But you're trying to watch some of their VODs on Twitch, but Twitch refused to load them. Oh no. Right now, I'm more worried about giving my hand a rest. It's been hurting a bit lately. Oh no. Yeah, oh gosh, that's like one of my big fears because I've had some wrist pain in a while. And I think it's mostly like how I was sleeping, I think. I kind of sleep like on my face and my hand is tucked under me, and so I have like my wrist would be like bent and I'd be sleeping on it funny. But I think in combination with also art and just yeah. Yeah, I don't know who the Biso is. But yeah, no, I think there's a bunch of them. I looked at their website before as well. But that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, they do good work. They've got skills. Also, I'm just literally painting pixel. I probably shouldn't make it detailed here. This is, it's too small, right? I mean, not really. The whole point, nah, it could be more graphical. It doesn't need to be. This is more like an icon. An old coworker of mine works there full time, but that's purely coincidence. Oh, that's cool. Small world, all that. Yeah, this doesn't look good. This needs to be more like an icon. representative of the area, but not necessarily the area itself. I mean, it doesn't have to be like, it's not a focal point, right? It's just, it should be somewhat noticeable so that if you see it, you can be like, oh, let's click on it. I mean, maybe this whole place, I know this is going to be silly to like keep dragging it and making it larger. The the production Discord for the other freelance things I joined had 3 people I already knew in there. That's funny. I mean, there's probably some like, even if not explicitly stated, there's probably like, that probably helps. And we were kind of just talking about this literally right when you joined, right? Not exactly this, but sort of just that like, I mean, it's basically networking, but like how one thing will lead to another, not because you were actively trying to have it lead to the other, but just because it did. I was talking more about the creative aspect side of it and not the networking and, job side, but yeah, that's cool. It's always neat to hear stories like that. Two of them are artists I reposted frequently on LinkedIn, and one is the organizer of Streets of Zine. That's awesome. I mean, that sounds like it's not a coincidence. It sounds like you do good work and you're active and people then know who you are and they're like, hey, I have someone, you know, in their monthly or weekly, like, hey, who are people we should, can think about adding to our roster of people, or, who should we add to this list of things, and I feel like it makes sense. I feel like you do that stuff really well, and I need to take notes. Okay, maybe there's little stuff over here. A little river somewhere. I don't know where the rivers will go. I haven't thought about that quite yet. We can add them over here. I guess it's funny, though, when I ask people how they found me, they're always like, I don't know, I just dug through the internet. Like rarely any specific connection. Yeah, but like that's how social media works, right? Is like you're putting little like, I always think of it like little tendrils out there. Like it's like, yeah, an invisible web where just paths start leading back to you. You're making your footprint online bigger, and especially on social media, it's very bubbly, right? Like it's very, the people you interact with will see and interact with the people you interact with, and so it's like you end up just being a point that's connected to a lot of other people, and it ends up making a, like, yeah, you just end up being in like the bubble or the web, which I feel like on some level is not concerning. Like it's nice, but it's also like, in a world where we're so connected, it still feels like people are drawing from relatively small bubbles when they're hiring, or like when they're, like, I'm gonna go scour the internet, but it's not like you're scouring a circle of people on the internet, and it's like a fairly contained bubble. Um, but it feels like it's the whole internet sometimes because you're like, I still feel like there aren't the ways of like, I mean, unless you're maybe like ArtStation or somewhere where you're putting out like a calling card kind of thing of like, to all artists, apply to this job. Like it still feels very isolated. Um but they're still very much bubbles, right? And so it's kind of, on one hand it's a nice thing, but on the other hand it's like, in theory, if you were a company wanting to get the absolute best of the best people and it didn't matter where they were from, right? Are you finding the random person who isn't on Twitter but is on some like, whatever the India equivalent of Twitter is? I don't know if there is one, or like the Chinese version of Twitter, is, if there is one, there probably is. But like, I don't know, like it's, how far are you actually reaching out? And it's, I don't know. It's interesting to think about. It's such a weird world I feel like we live in with the internet is both amazing and also it's like it's hard to understand just how wide or how not wide it is because you're in some ways you're still at the mercy of like the algorithms, right? And so it's like you're still kind of at the mercy of how well other people pop up in your search results. And there's so much behind the scenes stuff that you're not in control of that kind of makes it not scary, but it's kind of a weird feeling to like you might randomly pop on someone's radar or you might literally never pop up on their radar. And to some degree, you may not know what it takes to get on their radar, right? Like there could be some person out there who really wants to find your work, but just are in such a completely different world of online or of whatever that like they will never see your stuff and you will never know they exist. What's more frustrating is the dead internet theory coming true. Seriously. More than half the time I see a blatantly stupid take these days, it's a bot. Yeah, or you don't even know it's a bot because, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't, especially on social media, I have no freaking clue when something's a bot. I have found that like at least on, from what I can tell, there's like trends with the bots of like what they're good at and what they're not. Like on Reddit, they pretty much never reply to replies. So they will make a post or they'll reply to a main post, but if you ask them a question, they'll pretty much never respond. But they'll just like make an initial post. I don't know if that's true on like Twitter. If you ask a bot a question, will it reply? I don't know. I don't know to what degree they're programmed to like keep DeviantArt is full of bots. Am I wrong? Probably. I think I think there's a ton of bot accounts. Whether or not they're posting art or what that looks like, I don't know what DeviantArt bots would look like. I think most sites that like the it's gonna sound so stupid. The landscape of the bots is different. So like on Reddit, it's gonna look like one thing. On Twitter, it's gonna look like another thing. Right? I'm not sure if people if the bots on DeviantArt, like I know for a fact, like I get followed by so many random, and again, this is not because I am a big Twitter user. In fact, my Twitter account is tiny, but let me just go to Twitter. And then let's click on, because I haven't posted on Twitter in so long. And so I'll still randomly get like a couple people a day following me. Now I'm going to try this off stream because who knows what these people are posting. But let's just like, I don't know. Actually, the last couple people that followed me were actually seeming like real people, but I don't know. A lot of times I'll get like, especially on Instagram's a really bad one where you'll get like every day get like a consistent number of followers, and you'll look and it's like, you know, literally they're following one person and it's you, and they have 0 followers, and they have like no posts, no nothing. It's like clearly a brand new account, and they have like some, you know, stock photo looking uh, profile picture, and you're like, that's probably a bot. Like I don't know for sure because you know, it could just be a new user, but it's like, what is the chance that 90% of my followers on Instagram are brand new first day users? Like, let's be real. That's not realistic. Like that's just I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it's not supposed to be 90%. That's fishy, and some portion of those must be bought. I feel like they must be bought. Same for, that's kind of the same for on Twitter. You know, the amount of 0 followers, 0 following, just following me accounts. Like, well, maybe not 90%. Like when I'm not posting. So if I post, that obviously I get follows, right? Immediately after. But just like if I sit there and I haven't posted for a month or two, there's like every day, there's like somewhere between 3 and 10 people who will follow me, right? That I pop up on their feed randomly. It's a huge portion of those that are basically all super suspicious. But then they're like, I think they get banned. So I think the number, because like my overall follower count doesn't seem to go up, but I still get the notification for them. And so like I might be getting somewhere between, 5 and 10 or 3 and 10 followers a day. But like I don't think it's actually going up by 3 and 10 followers a day. But a big portion of those are absolutely bots. Now, if I make a post and that post gets, 15,000 views or whatever, I might have, 100 new followers per post, right? And those are probably real people. Some of them. Probably. I don't know. I don't even know who's real and who isn't at this point. I assume that when people are like, they have stuff in their profile that clearly makes it look like they're an artist and they're posting art, they're probably real because they're at least like, that makes sense. I would be in that bubble. If it's somebody like, I don't know, it's hard to tell. I'm not good at that, but yeah, I think Instagram, when I only really notice it when I'm not posting, right? When I'm getting a bunch of followers and I'm doing literally nothing, it feels like that shouldn't be happening. But sometimes it's also things like someone shouts me out on Twitch, or, somebody is, brings me up in a conversation. I mean, again, this is not like this is an everyday occurrence, but, I've had at least one case where someone's like, hey, I was talking about you on stream and I linked your Instagram or something. And it's like, okay, that's cool. Thanks. Like, maybe that happened? Possibly? I don't know how these people are... Hey, I don't know how it works. But yeah, the whole dead internet theory thing is... It's so stupid that, like, that is pretty much a thing. And not even just, like, it's going to be a thing, but, like, it kind of is a thing to some degree. Now, on some level... Do I care? I think I care. Actually, I definitely care. And I care because I know something about myself. This thing about myself that I know is that I like to... If somebody states something like... there's this, like, internet law. I don't know what it's called, but it's like, if somebody states something that's wrong, somebody is sure to correct them. I like to be the person, not to correct the person, but if somebody says something absurd, I like to be like, why is it that you think this? Right? Like, why is this your opinion? And then I'll be like, because my experiences or my knowledge of this is the opposite. I'll give an example. I'm like, so why do you seem to think it's this way? Right? When everything I know points to the opposite. And I like to do that. I like to just be like, why do you think that thing? No, not justice. And I'm not correcting people, but it's more of like, can you elaborate? Like, somebody will give a take. For example, it just happened on Reddit, I think literally today. I don't think I actually replied, but I was going to. There was some post in... Actually, it might have been... Maybe I did reply. It was it was on the next effing level subreddit, where like people will just post things of like people doing skills that are supposed to be really cool. Sometimes the skills sometimes it's like it's a painter or somebody doing art, and I'm like, okay, that's not that impressive, like when you know what they're doing. Like I get that it looks cool, but like to the non-artist, I understand that's gonna look really awesome. And so people will post it in like, the next level subreddit is like, oh, it's supposed to be really awesome. But I'm like, it's pretty cool. But I wouldn't put it like, peak achievement or anything. But then sometimes there are things that like I have enough knowledge in. I'm like, yeah, that's actually insanely cool. And then somebody will come in and be like, Like, there was one with this person, like, a jump roping. I don't know anything about jump roping and, like, doing all the tricks that you can do with jumping rope. I don't really care, to be honest. But I thought it looked pretty cool, and it seemed, certainly it was more difficult than anything I could ever probably dream of doing with a jump rope. But it was like, crazy tricks and stuff. And somebody was like, this is not impressive. It's just jumping rope. I'm like, that's like saying, but this isn't impressive. It's just bike riding as somebody's doing BMX flips. It can still be really impressive. Like, you can't just dismiss a thing outright because it's jumping rope or because it's bike riding or because it's juggling. That's like saying, oh, it's just putting paint on a canvas. Not impressive. Like, there's variations here, man. Like, obvious. So I'm like, why? Like, basically, my response was like, I mean, I think I used the BMX example. Like, how can you say that? Like, what make, like, look, maybe you have knowledge about these tricks and the jumping rope thing that I don't. Maybe it really is not that complex or not that difficult, and that's fair. But that's not the reason you gave for why it wasn't impressive to you. Like, you gave the reason because it's just jumping rope. Like, that's not a reason to dismiss something out of hand. Like, that is a terrible argument. And so, like, I'm like, why is it, I'm just curious. I'm like, why do you think that? I'd love to know more about this thought process. I guess I treat the internet like looking in to a zoo and you're seeing weird animal behavior and you're like, huh, I wonder why this animal's doing that. I think I'll ask them. But you can't do that when when the animal you're looking at is a bot, right? That's not representative of what a human is doing. And so it kind of pisses me off. Sorry, I will get back to painting in a second. And I'm just kind of drinking tea and rambling. So it kind of pisses me off when I'm looking into the zoo and I'm seeing things that my brain thinks are real people doing real things or having actual opinions, and they're just not. Like, that sucks. It sucks because even if I find out that they're fake, there's part of my brain that has seen the thing, seen that opinion, and is on some level gonna think that people have that opinion, even if they don't. Like, I don't know if that person wasn't real or not. Maybe it was just, maybe the bot literally had one direction and it was to, overly simplify every skill and make it sound as stupid as possible. Right? Like, what a, like, straw man everything. I don't know. Maybe that's what they were doing. But, yeah, anyway, it makes me a little bit annoyed. Oh, like that invisible glitter portrait? Yeah. That thing. Yeah. I mean, I think these exist on all sorts of, like, those talent show things. There's a meme on Two Set Violin. I haven't watched their content in years, so I don't know if they're even still active or if they're controversial. I don't know. I don't think they are. But there is this meme. It was like the judges on like an American Idol type show going like, oh, like when when somebody plays an instrument really fast, it's not about technically skilled, but it's to them playing fast equals skilled. And so you play like Fly to the Bumblebees or something, and they're like having this ridiculous expression, and then somebody plays something actually skillful on the violin, and then the judges are like, doing like snoozing looking expressions. It's like, these people are insane because they clearly don't know anything about the skills they're judging, and like, to them it's like, if it's a spectacle, it's good and it's skillful, and if it's not, then it's not. Which, that's fine, but it's just kind of funny. And yeah, the portrait painting thing where you paint something invisible on a canvas with like glue and then you throw glitter on it and it's like a portrait of one of the judges, and they seemingly love that. I just think it's funny. Also, there's a ramble, a rant. So yeah. But yeah, the whole dead internet theory thing is, it is a frustrating because, if you want to ask people things on the internet and try to learn from them, and you end up just asking ChatGPT, that's the opposite. Like, you're... Like, I guess in some ways, the way I engage online is to I used to anyway be under the assumption that like these are people, and so if I ask a question, I'm getting a person's perspective. Now, of course, it's online, and they could be trolling, they could be, you know, intentionally trying to just be silly, and of course, I never know, right? They could be playing a character, they could be playing someone who has a ridiculous perspective, but to some level, I would think it was a real person's, like that opinion could or did exist. But nowadays, I don't even know, right? Now, if you see a crazy take online, it might literally not be representative of anyone's real opinion. It could just be a bot being literal, like a troll bot. Majar, how's it going? Okay, so we are adding. We added this. I don't know if it's final. It's not final, but it's a good blob. I do think are you feeling a quick sketch, or do you want to finish in the place location of yours? Sorry, Jack Rex, I didn't respond to that. I could do a quick sketch. I'm fine with doing a quick sketch today. I do want to finish. I mean, you know, finish is a big word. Probably not finish this, but you know, I'm pretty much finished, I guess. Yeah, I'll do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. I think my plan for today, actually, after this, is probably to... I might even work more on this one. Can I gift 3x6 prints to other people in chat? I've got enough for 2, and I already have 1 from you. Oh, do you? I didn't even remember sending 1 to you. Did I really? I don't... yeah, you can gift them to people. I mean, assuming they want it. Yes, but how do I word this? I'm not going to be as diligent with like making sure the person gets it. So like, if somebody wants a print, there is a form. You can let me know. So the struggle before you redeem. Okay, so Sarah, here's how this will work, Sarah. Before you redeem a print, try to figure out which print the person wants, so that in your redeem message, you can put the print that they want. Because if they try to tell me in chat which print they want, I will never be able to find it again, right? I mean, I guess I could technically be able to find it again, but it's a because like the struggle is with the logistics of you know, let's say a week or 2 or a month from now, I send out the print. I will, and let's say I know that Jackerax is going to get the print, hypothetically. Where has Jackerax told me that they want the print? That's the tricky part, because when you're the one redeeming it, and what I don't like to have to do is to track down people to be like, hey, you never told me what you wanted, or you never told me that, you know, so it just makes it a lot easier if everything's sort of in the same spot. And normally that happens in the redeem itself, right? Or when the person who is redeeming does the redeem and they let me know where to send it, they can also just tell me which print they want. So technically, if somebody wanted a print from Sarah, and you could fill out the form, and in the form you can tell me which print you want at the last line. There isn't a spot for it. It'll just be in the last address line. It's like address line 1, 2, 3, and then in 4 or 5 put the print. And it, you know, the print would be like Baby Dragon or whatever. You would just say the print name. Yeah. Well, no, you don't have to fill out the form, Sarah. You don't have to fill out the form because it's them who needs to tell me where to send it. But like, I think once you've done this before, you gave a print to someone and they've never filled out the form of where to send it. Or they did fill out the form and they didn't tell me which print they wanted. and it sat in queue for, it's still in queue, literally to this day. And I think I once messaged them, and it was just like a whole ordeal because they weren't sort of, I feel like typically when people do the redeem a print, they want it enough to like make sure they give me the right info. But sometimes when someone's like, hey, anybody want a print? And someone's like, me, and then it's like, okay, here's what I need from you. And they're like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. Right? It's like, okay, well, that doesn't... Well, it's not really complicated. It's just the people who say they want it don't always... like, I don't know. It just... for whatever reason, the track record with, like, people not redeeming their own prints is really, really bad in terms of, like, actually, or like I'll send out a print but they for whatever reason didn't format their or they didn't give me the right address or something, or they left an important part off because it was just like, I don't know what it is. I don't know why it happens. Maybe it's just pure bad luck. But yeah, it seems to happen a lot. But yes, you're more than welcome to give out a print. I guess let me know if you want to do that, and maybe I could, I don't know how you want to choose, or if you want to do like I could run a poll, I guess, or not a poll, a raffle, I guess. Yeah, I guess I could run a raffle, and then we could just run it like that. You could do the redeem, I could run the raffle, and it's not that bad. We could do that. If you want. That might be a fun way. Twitch takes a lot of CPU. Gotcha. Man, your laptop is getting really hot right now? Jeez. Or was I supposed to fill out a form last time? Majar says, howdy. Oh, for a 5-minute sketch? No. You're not supposed to fill out a form for a 5-minute sketch. If you've ever... Oh, I'm still on a rant. If you've ever redeemed a print and haven't gotten it, well, I could just double check to see, because I still have the list of everybody who I've never... There's only a handful of people out of the hundreds of prints I've sent out. There's probably 5, which is still like, not a great, it's still a 5% failure rate, but there's probably about 5 people out of the last 100 that have not received their print and are just gone and haven't ever shown up, or if they have, I've didn't remember who it was, and it's just kind of like a... Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, you redeemed the 5-minute sketch, right? Yeah, no, you did that, right? You did that, right? I'm just slow. We were talking about a print redeem, like a... Not a 5-minute sketch, but a physical print. Like, let me grab one. Surely I have one here. Like that, right? Like a print, just a regular. I don't know if that was in focus or not. Right? Just a print on the back. It'll just my name, but literally just a print. That kind of thing. That's what we were talking about. Because that, I have to set it in the mail. Which means I have to make sure I know, one, which print you want, and make sure I have it. And also know where to send it. Which, again, isn't that complicated, or it shouldn't be. But, you'd be surprised. I don't know... I don't like to be the old person who says, like, kids these days. But I swear some people cannot write their address to save their life. Like, they don't know... Like... I don't know, it's crazy. People will put, like, a nickname for a town or a city, but they won't put the city or the country or the zip code. I'm like, how are you leaving this off your address? Like, you can't leave your postcode, your city, and your country off. You can't do that. Like, I can't send it to you if I don't know that info. You're so old. Oh, it was a print. Oh. It was a print. Hold on, I can see if yours is in there. Oh, let's see. Let me view requests. Let me take a look. Pick a color for a thumbnail. Pick a color for a thumbnail. I don't have you in here, so if you've redeemed a print before, I have sent it out. Last year, Sarah redeemed a print and gave it to Muffin Toffin, and that was never sent out properly. And then I have some from earlier. So either I've sent out the print and it never arrived, or maybe you're one of the people who it returned to me. I don't think so, though. But you've done, yeah, I don't see you in here, actually, at all. I only see Jackrax's... Yeah. I don't see that in here. This was a couple years ago. Wait, you redeemed a print a couple years ago and never got it? Really? Because it's not in the queue, so I have sent it out. I'm not gonna bring up the address form on stream. I would never do that while live, but oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Lemon Cat says, "Hi Joe. This painting is so cool. Is it coral inspired?" Yeah. Cool. Yep. 2023. I tried to add you. I don't know. Like I said, it's okay. You tried to add me. I don't know what that means. I don't want. I mean, I'm not in a rude way, but like I don't want people to add me to get a print. That's not the way I want to do it. I want to do it with you redeem the print through the print redeem option, and then you fill out the form that tells me where to send it, and then I send it. There shouldn't have to be an adding and DMing or any of that. It should be generally speaking, the way that I do the prints is set up so that I'm not having to track people down and ask them and communicate with them in real time and like have a delayed like thing. It's all, you can do everything before you ever redeem the print, and then you redeem it and you get it. Like if you wanted right now, in theory, you could let me know which print you want and where to send it, or mostly just where to send it, and then when you redeem the print, you can let me know which print you want, right? If you want. Obviously, I tend to recommend don't fill out the form until you know you're going to get a print. But in theory, that's... So it all basically happens on your end, right? I'm just trying to make it so I don't have to work for it, because I don't want to spend more time than necessary having to, like... You know, like... I don't want to spend a lot of time per person, everybody who redeems a print, because that time adds up. Maybe I'm lazy, but I'm trying to streamline it. So yeah, I don't know exactly what went wrong. I feel like if you haven't gotten the print, though, I feel like I should send you a print. I guess I don't know. But yeah, let me turn on the 5-minute thumbnail thing. Yeah, that's interesting. I also try to make the prints that I send out pretty, like, low importance, right? I don't want to make it feel like it's a commission or it's a thing worth money, right? Because it's not. It's just like a thing for funsies, kind of. You can get it for hanging out here, and I'm happy to send it. But you know, if I take a little, sometimes I am a little slow. Sometimes it takes a month or something. Where can we see the prints? I have a channel in the Discord with the prints. Here. Also, I don't know how long that screen was up. Not thumbnail archive. Hold on. Where is it? Print redeem. Print redemption. So all of these I currently think I have. I could be wrong. There might be one of these I don't have. But I'm pretty sure I have all these. This one I'm not sure on. But I think I have all these. I need to update it though. I'm a little behind. These are like all from last year. So yeah, I'm a little behind, but these are the ones. And I think they all have names, so it's easy to like, you know, if you wanted a certain one, like Sunset Castle, you would say that, or Underwater, that's the print, right? They all have their names. Technically speaking, there are other options. Oh, this one says out of stock. Okay, so that one's not there. Or if it was, maybe it's been out of stock. I don't know. I need to go through and update it. But those are the current ones. I technically probably have some prints that aren't on here, but you know. It's no. Those are for purchase. No, those prints on Imprint are for purchase. Like you can literally. That's just like a third-party site. You can buy them there, and then you get them in the mail. That is hands off for me. That one you don't even have to let me know. You could order that on a weekend when I'm not live, or I mean technically you could get the print redeem when I'm not live too, but yeah. Okay, what am I doing? A 5-minute thumbnail sketch. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Let's turn this on. Sorry, I'm so not distracted. I'm being a bad streamer. Professional streamer moment. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. Let's open up a file. Actually, first let's close a file. Let's close that. Let's close that and that. We're gonna save this. Eight. $5S sketch. Why does it say that? That's a typo. I don't know why the sketch says that. Okay, that's I typoed on my timer, but I think I can fix that. Let's do this. Let's new, not new. We'll go file, open. Save as. Start a new folder for this. Stream Paint 959. I feel like I'm going cross-eyed. My eyes are like tired. Okay, so this. There. I'll just paint on this right here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Also, I just realized I didn't have the proper chat open. If anyone said anything on YouTube, I very much apologize. I just realized I didn't see YouTube chat. Hold on. Let me open up YouTube chat. Let me check YouTube. Okay, thank goodness. No one said anything on YouTube. Man, pro streamer here. Are you uncomfortable talking business? Oh, no, I'm not. Not really. I think 128 USD is fair with the frame, but I'd also love to see the options. What do you... Wait, Brett, I only see one comment from you today. You said it... I mean, possibly we could advertise a giveaway day for like a week so people would be here for it. That's true. Maybe, yeah, maybe we could do that. If I had a frame, I'd totally hang your art. No, I'm happy to talk business stuff, although it's, you know, it's not very exciting, but yeah, that's fine. I think I might have missed a comment though. I'm not quite sure if there was a question. I'm not sure what the 120 USD is fair with the frame. Is for which, maybe which one is that? Which size and which print? That must be like a poster or something, or framed print of a much larger size. I think the framing costs a lot extra. If it's not framed, I think it's quite a bit cheaper. And also, if you're framing like a canvas print, that's very different than like a... Also, do I not just have like regular prints on here? Yeah, just art prints. Like a regular art print is like fairly cheap. It's the framing that costs a lot. And that's not really a price that I get to choose, because there's like minimums on that site. But yeah. Yeah, in print it has frames now, and it's pretty pricey. But it's an option, so I offer it because why not? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. But anyway, okay, let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Sorry for the delays. I almost said the interruptions. Okay, and now let me close InPrint. Look at that. Closing Twitter, closing Blue Sky, and what was I doing? Where am I? Let's see. Start 5-minute sketch. Start. Why? Oh gosh, am I lagging? I think my internet might be struggling. I'm tabbing over too much. Okay, let's do some painting. Let's get some coloring. Some nice colors, some blurry marks on the canvas. Let's get some greens. It's too green. Let's get some browns. Let's get some browns and reds. Sorry, had a thing, but I was also looking at the InPrint site. The large print with the frame was that... Yeah, that's quite a bit. But if you have many more images to look from, that would be cool. Yeah, so InPrint is extremely out of date. That's not... Like, very rarely do people actually buy prints from me, and so I kind of just neglected the site. Initially, what we were talking about was the free prints, just for hanging out and stream, and they're small little 4x6 prints. But yeah, if there's any art that you have seen of mine that I've ever posted, whether it's, you know, Instagram or whatever, if you ever wanted a print of something, I can add it to InPrint. If you want like a, you know, an actual print and not like a little photo print. But yeah, I haven't been updating very well on InPrint. I need to get better. It's a skill issue. I need to get good. Ooh, this is kind of a nice color. The purple and orange. So like orangey red down below. And purpley color up top. Yeah, I just would want bigger than 4x7. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you'd have to let me know which print you want, then I can add it to InPrint. Because I can't print anything larger than that really myself, at least not in like a good quality print, because I don't have a printer capable of doing like color, or at least not like that. Do you keep the images? So well, so for InPrint I could technically make a print of anything, right? Because it's just a matter of uploading the file to InPrint. So if the art exists that you've seen of mine, you know, the stuff that I would be happiest to make prints of would be things that are finished work. So like anything that's finished and on Instagram, let's say, if it looks finished, you know, I mean, technically if something is like the stuff on Instagram at the very least was, oh, you know, I was happy enough to upload. Generally speaking, if I don't like the image, I would be a little bit hesitant to give it away, you know, to sell it as a print, because I feel like that's, I don't know, it just feels weird to like sell your stuff that you don't think is good. Like one of my, I don't know. But yeah, no, technically speaking, if there is art of mine that you like that is out there, whatever it might be, whether it's something I've uploaded to Instagram or something I put in Discord, I could put it on imprint. But when it comes to the actual like small prints I offer, I don't have an infinite supply of everything I've ever made, right? I'm only going to order a select few things because I have to actually have the physical prints, so it makes no sense for me to have a million different things. Now, what am I drawing here? Let's add some blue. I forgot we're on a timer. Forgot we're on a timer. Okay, we're not finishing in 20 seconds, but that's okay. I mean, maybe we will. Well, not quite, but... I just know you have a massive amount of compositions and color with moderate detail. I don't know if you keep everything or if it's viewable. I mean, technically, I post 95% of everything on Discord, but that's not. Yeah, but I mean, it's there, right? So here. Oh, not here. You can't see that. So these are the prints that I off the small prints, but this is not the selection that you could choose from if you wanted to go through InPrint, because InPrint, again, I can upload literally anything there. You could choose anything from here if you wanted. Again, I wouldn't be super happy to upload any of, like, you know, if you picked this, I don't know if I would, well, maybe that one. If you picked, like, you know, this, I don't think I would be happy to sell a print of this, right? I don't want to charge however much a large print on InPrint would be for this. It's not something I would want to do, right? I think that, so in some cases I would have to like a veto. Maybe that one's not even a bad example. But also this is like the updated version, right? So it kind of depends on what you would want. This technically is a these could all be options, but these were not designed or painted with the intent to sell prints, right? These are just things that I've done on stream. But technically speaking, I could sell prints of these. So yeah, there's a lot of them. Like this one I'd be happy to sell a print of, because it's actually detailed. Right? Because I actually did iterations of it. But yeah, so I don't know where the best would be. I think Instagram would be the better spot, because Instagram at least it's somewhat curated. This is not curated at all, right? This is just everything I do on stream. So Instagram is at least somewhat curated, so that's probably a better spot. It's not like again, it's not finished work, it's not portfolio work, it's just work that I was somewhat happy with. So yeah. I realized this was supposed to be a 5-minute thumbnail, and then I turned not into that. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna restart the timer. We're gonna try another 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Take 2. 2 for 1 deal. Here's a 2-for-1. A 2-for-1 deal. Jack Rex, hello. Well, for what it's worth, the value is because of the stream, not the art itself. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that for sure. I mean, that's something that that is actually a hard thing. Like, I think a lot of artists struggle with that. I mean, it would hopefully in my mind it would be a little bit of both, right? But yeah, no, it definitely is where, like, when you know a person, I mean, it always bugged me. Okay, pet peeve time. It's always bugged me when people are like, it's just about the art, as if it's not. Like, I understand maybe for production art, where, like, you don't know who made it, but even then, it's still like tied to a company, right? But like the fact that people put like their kids' paintings on the wall, like, that is proof that we don't just care about an image, all images just because based on the image. Like, no, we do care who made it, at least sometimes. And if somebody means something to you, or you a signed autograph, right? It's like that kind of stuff has a value because of the people who did the thing. Like, you like this person's work and you want to support them, but also, like, the fact that you have interacted with them makes it more meaningful and more special. I don't know, like, that's a very real thing. And there's part of me, I think, especially, like, I don't know, probably 10 years ago or so, there's definitely been a part of me that's like, who cares? I just like the art. If the art's good, the art's good. If it's not, it's not. But that's not true at all. I don't think it ever has been. Like, we are humans, and humans like things that humans make and that make them feel good. And if you've had an interaction that makes you feel good, then you're probably gonna like the art that makes you feel that way too, right? Like, it's not about. I mean, that's not to say that, like, the art shouldn't be important, or you can't like the art first and foremost. Like, maybe the art is what brought you into stream, and then maybe you stuck around because the community here is cool, right? Or something. It is about art quality, but, like, there's also an element, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it's not about the art quality, but there's definitely a group of people, or there is an opinion out there on the internet and in real life. The opinion as if that it's only about the art. And I feel like you acting as if the human element isn't real, and acting as if that psychology doesn't exist, is just crazy to me, because we have so many examples in our real life where we clearly do care. Now, obviously, there are exceptions. Again, I tend to be drawn to the people who are good at what they do, and I like their art first and foremost. Whoa, we're getting a raid. Welcome in, K McKeg. How's it going? Welcome, raiders. Okay, that was a loud screaming cowboy. That might have been louder than normal. I did turn it up because I thought it was not audible before, but now it is. You've already run out of room for prints on your walls. You had to get a portfolio to keep more in? That's awesome. I need to do a raid and run because I have a big business meeting. Well, good luck in the big business meeting. Thank you so much for the raid. You're amazing. Also, if you guys don't know K McKeg, they are awesome. You should follow them. They have an internet. That's not the word. A stream. Go click on their profile. Slash shout out KMC. Hold on. How do I spell your name? KMC see, let me just copy paste. Slash shout out. Does it let me do all caps? That didn't work. I think that worked. Okay, I think that worked. Your art looks amazing. Oh, thank you. So yeah, I've been working, I'm doing this. So welcome in everybody. My name's Joe. I paint stuff, doing environments. I've been working on like a little world building project where I just paint a bunch of random environments, kind of random, and then I've been adding them to a world map, and sort of designing the world map as we go. So I might make little areas, you know, if we do like a marshland or something, maybe I'll make some marshy looking spots, you know, and then I'll put it in there as like a little as like a key area. So I've done little areas and I put the little icons on the map, you know, like a city. We have like a dark forest thingy. We have a bunch of different locations. This one I've added today. This is this location, and then maybe other stuff. So it's been fun. This is very blobby. This is what we painted last stream. And yeah, somebody just redeemed a 5-minute thumbnail sketch, and that's what this was. But then I got rated and by K McCaig, and I kind of stopped painting on it. I've been really bad at maintaining the 5-minute thumbnail sketch, so maybe I should do something about that. But no, going back to a topic we were just talking about, though, because it's a really interesting one. At least to me, it's interesting. The idea of, like, caring just about the art or more about the art and not much about, like, who made it. Like, to me, it's just all super nuanced, and it depends on what the art's for and what the connection to the person who made it is. But yeah, there is sometimes this idea, especially people who, I mean, again, I think I had this opinion once because you know, especially somebody who sort of learned to paint by, you know, people who sort of are like concept art adjacent or illustrator adjacent, where you're not really buying a book, right? Because of who well, maybe you are buying it because of who wrote it, but probably because of like the reputation of who wrote it, right? Or like the person, I know it's going to be a good story because they are a good storyteller. I don't care who they are in real life. That's not why I'm buying it, right? I'm buying it because they're good at storytelling. Or I'm, you know, like you don't buy a poster probably because of, I mean, maybe you do buy a poster because of the person. But I guess my point is that, but there's sometimes this view that like the artist doesn't matter at all and it's just about the art. And that I feel like I very much disagree with. And there's examples all throughout your life and my life and history of like exactly why that isn't true. And the most obvious example would be like, you know, hanging your child's art on the wall. It clearly is, that's the extreme other example, but that has nothing to do with the art. That is all about who made it. And of course there are various shades of gray throughout, you know, up through to the point where you're playing a game because the game's good and you don't care who the artists are, right? Purely the art on one end and purely the artist on the other. And sometimes it doesn't matter at all. And I think there's always going to be variations. But this idea that like, you know, like, I don't know, like if your friend gives you something, but it's also cool art, you know, there's something nice about that, right? Because like your friend made it. I don't know. I think it's, or like you showing your, you know, it's the same thing as like wearing your sports team, right? Like on a shirt or something. There's always going to be that, like, again, I'm not saying this specific example is something you do, but there's always going to be like that, the same sort of psychology happening where like you like a thing, you want to support a thing, whether it's a coffee shop or a sports team or an author or whatever, and you buy something of theirs because you like the property or you like the thing, but you also like the art, obviously. Or you like what it represents, or you like how it makes you feel, or you like something other than purely the aesthetics. You probably like the aesthetics too, right? But like, it's a combination. Anyway, that it's an interesting topic because, um, yes, saw says I had been waiting to move, and I finally was able to put all the prints I got at Lightbox last year up on the wall. That's awesome. That is awesome. But yeah, I think this is just a fascinating topic because a lot of times, like we like what we like, and it doesn't really matter why. Um, and talking about like the emotional side of it rather than purely the like objective, this looks awesome and I like it side. But even the things that you do like though, right? It's not like one. It's not two sides, right? It's also intertangled, right? Like there are things where if you find out that music that you like was written by the or made by the most like vile humans on earth and you discover that these people are terrible, you're like, ugh, it's hard to listen to it because you just associate it with them. And so your opinion of it goes down. Like surely you've had that experience. It doesn't mean you can't like study that music to learn and get better at making music, or study the art to learn how to make art better even if the person is terrible. It doesn't mean you can't have some appreciation for it, but it certainly can still touch on a spot when you look at the art. And like I'm not normally someone who I think of as like super touchy-feely, but like I would be lying if I said that I don't think those things matter at all to anyone or even myself. Like I don't know. And that's something that I've changed. My opinions on that has changed a little bit over the years because I definitely used to be on the like, it shouldn't matter who made it. And I think maybe this is also with like, with AI has been like a thing that made me realize that also, right? Where you look at art and you're like, I don't really care about this. Like maybe there's something about it that looks cool, but I don't actually care because it's just one of many other random things that have no meaning to me. There's no connection to a property I care about. There's no author I care about or I want to follow or support, or there's no like. I think it's tricky. Also, I'm not reading the. I mean, I'm reading it, but I'm not reading it out loud. The conversation you guys are having in chat, I like it. So you guys both went to Lightbox. You both got a bunch of stuff, and hanging on the walls. That's awesome. Here, Sarah, you should link your Instagram, or you should link your socials. Sarah has socials with lots of good art, and she's awesome. And you should follow her. Everybody should follow Sarah. Just putting random shape person right here. There's no light direction in this painting. What a mess. Yeah, mass quantity devalues it immediately. Also, the analogy of no one cares if a forklift can lift 400 pounds, but it's cool when a human does it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that's a good analogy. Like, that's not... But at the same time, you don't care if a human lifts 2 pounds, right? So, like, the amount does matter, right? Or the quality matters, right? Like the achievement of like this is a thing a human did and it's really cool is important. But also like yes, there are some things that you just like and it doesn't matter who made it, You see a thing and it inspires you. So there's always gonna be that side of it. And it's probably even more true with like commercial art, which obviously you are a big part of, Sarah, and me too, even. I mean, not in the same way, but like, again, that's kind of like the artists that I sort of looked up to and learned from are like commercial artists, most of them. And so I've always kind of had the opinion, like in some level, like when you're making art, it's not about you. It is just about the art. The art should speak for itself and all that, yada yada, which is true, I think. If you're going to make an illustration, it should more or less do the job of the illustration. But at the same time, people's connection to that illustration can depend on all sorts of factors more than just the illustration. Also, what am I painting? I don't know. But I struggled with this last stream. I didn't know what to put here. I don't know. Maybe nothing. But yeah, I just think it's an interesting topic because it's so, like, I don't know. It's a hard topic to kind of, I think, sometimes to wrap your head around because it doesn't feel like the reasons you like something are anything other than like, oh, it's really good. I think this is good and therefore I like it. But like that's typically not the whole story. If you insist, you're too kind. No, thank you for sharing. Yeah, go follow Sarah, everybody. And also, if anyone else does any art, drop your socials too, not just Sarah. I'm not trying to play favorites here. If you do art, Yesa, I don't even know if I'm saying your name right. If you want to share your art, also share your art. Everybody swap socials. Drop those socials. I want to see the art. I want to know what people are doing. Okay. I like this painting. It's fun. Social potluck. Yeah, exactly. Kind of a weird shape here. Art would be when art would be finished times 3. Wait, art would be when art would be finished. Is that, I assume that's supposed to be like a song, changing the lyrics to a song. I can't do songs over chat. I can't ever understand what people are trying to do. Or is X3, no, times 3 was a smiley face. Art would be when art would be finished. I don't know what that means. Van the Artist, how's it going? You're slowly returning to art, but you haven't posted in ages because of burnout. But it's okay if I can share a link to. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I'd love to see what people are working on. Yesa says, I'm not too much of an artist, but mostly trying to learn as a hobby, but I'll share regardless. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter what skill level people are at. I mean, again, very similar to the topic we were just talking about. It's more about, like, at least here on stream, right? It's more about, like, just celebrating making art and hanging out with people who are doing art and, like, I don't know. It's more, to me, it's more about the people. Like, don't get me wrong. There's something amazing about seeing amazing artists, and when someone pops in who's, like, you know, super next level skilled, and I'm like, oh my god. And, you know, I'm gonna gush a little bit when I see somebody just insanely good, but there's still, you know, they're still just a person like everybody else, and... Oh, I like these. These are really nice. Vandy Artist Social... Oh, you dropped your whole card. Okay, that works. Let's go to portfolio. Do I see an art fight link on there? Who's all doing art fight? And are you guys enjoying it? Oh, there's some cool art here too. Everybody's good at art. See, that just seeing things that people are making is exciting. Also, yeah, you're basically saying it right. It's just my name, Noah, but yes instead of a no. Yesa. Noah, Yesa. Okay. Yesa. Wait, so it's just your name? Okay, so your name's Noah. Gotcha. Okay. Well, Yesa is that's fun. I never even thought of the name Noah as having the word no in it. But yeah, now that you bring my attention to it, huh, it's interesting how that works. This is supposed to be a big arch, but I don't know if it's reading very well. You did an art fight a few years ago, coffee versus tea. It was nice, but I got overwhelmed and stressed back then. Oh no. So I might give it another go another year, but your burnout cools, or when your burnout cools off. Gotcha. Yes, it says I don't really have my own OCs, but it's fun to draw other people's. Fair. So I assume you do art. Do you also do art fight then? I saw the art fight from wait, was it yours? Hold on. I don't know who what made me say that. Now I'm somebody mentioned art fight. Oh, it was in the link. It was in Vandy's link. That's why I mentioned it, because I saw it in Vandy's link. They had an art fight thing. But yeah, I feel like you signed up this year. Nice. Yeah, I haven't. I've never done art fight, but it does seem like a really cool community event to get people doing art. Anyway, I don't know what I'm painting anymore. Let's just doodle. So we've done the world map. We've added a thing. I'm pretty happy with adding this one. It's very simple. Maybe there's some ruins back here. I don't know. I'm not going to draw too much back there right now. But yeah, I'll just save this and maybe I'll just do some sketching for now. You could try it if you want a month where you draw other people's OCs or fan OCs. Yeah, that does seem cool. I've always liked that, and even just the idea of like doing draw this in your styles have always been fun. I've never really done a lot of them because they're always characters. I suppose there can be environment draw this in your styles. And I'm definitely more of an environment artist than a character artist, but I've drawn characters. I just don't enjoy them as much. And also I find that I'm, well, partly because I'm also just not as good at them. Or I don't know, maybe I am, but they take more time or more energy, or just the process isn't as fun. Ooh, I got an idea here. It's like a wall. All good, man. Environment art is valid as well. Yeah. I guess an environment draw this in your style. Is that a thing? Big old tree up here. Why not? Yeah, why not? I mean, I don't know. I mean, of course it could, but I don't feel like I've seen it. Like, I guess I'm more asking, like, do they exist? Do people do stylized studies of photos all the time? I know, but like the whole like the it's not a meme. What do you call it? Like the social media event. You know, the thing people call draw this in yourself. Of course, you can do stylized versions of environments. Like, of course, they could exist. I'm just saying, like, are there people who actually do them or put them on or like say this is a draw this in your style, but it's an environment? You could start with. I know I could. Like, I'm just curious if other people do this. I know I could do it. I'm not asking if I could do it. I'm asking if other people do it. But yes, I could. I think people have. I think I've seen. I vaguely remember like Chlor on Twitch talking about it. Maybe not Chlor. I don't know. like what's happening here. Let's play around with a different brush. I'm gonna use those wonky brushes. What was the brush I was using the other day? This brush. I could try a bit, maybe. Yeah, maybe if I do a draw this in your style, it would have to be an environment with like a really strong like a design identity, kind of, you know, like a place where you see it and you're like, I feel like I understand this place, rather than just like a pretty painting, right? So it'd have to be a cool design. Because like that's kind of what draw this in your styles are all about, is like the character design often. And so it needs to be a cool character design. So it'd have to be a cool environment design. This brush is this is like a jitter brush by Zach Retz. This is not my brush. Brushes. That last link there, he has his brushes for free. And it's a fun brush. I last couple streams I've been playing around with trying to explore how to use this brush, because it's not, I don't love using like this color jitter, but it does seem nice in an early stage painting, or for certain things. But like if you're trying to do details, it's awful. At least that's in my experience. Yeah, I'm still kind of trying to figure out what it's good for. But sometimes they do give you ideas of things. I've been playing around with colors as of late. I don't know, it's fun. Yeah, it is. It is fun. It's always fun to have, yeah, just play around with colors and shapes and different things, and sometimes it'll give you an idea. A lot of my paintings start that way, right? Like I started painting a tree, but then I turn it into like, now maybe it's a building. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'll go back to this brush. Like little tree houses. I'm not sure. Sometimes it's fun to just play with stuff though and see where it goes. But yeah, that's also one of the reasons I start in color, typically, is I just think it's so, I don't know, it helps come up with ideas, you know? When you're using color, you see a color and it makes you think of like, oh, this looks like a rainy day or something, right? Or, oh, these colors look like a certain type of stone. And then you can start using that to start making a shape that looks more like the type of stone you saw. And suddenly you have the right color and the right shapes, and things just start kind of aligning. And then maybe we take some of this and go a little brighter in the back. Now, I don't know if this is going to look good, but sometimes it's just fun to play around with stuff. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, these texture brushes are weird though, but they do or these jitter brushes, but they do introduce some interesting colors in here. I think that's not bad. Kinda don't know what's going on up here though. Are these gonna be foreground elements? Or is this like a big area that's gonna have that green on it? I'm not really sure what I'm looking at, to be honest. I mean, this feels like it should just be a drop-off. And actually, if that is a drop-off, then this stuff can be the dark colors. And then if that is the dark colors, maybe this should go... that. Oh. Or, hold on, what am I doing here? There. So now I'm trying to get some, you know, zigzag that way, zigzag that way. Path goes up here a little bit. Maybe this is... I don't know what that is. Could be some color over here. It's kind of weird. I'm kind of chopping this composition apart. I feel like this whole thing... Oh, what's happening? Holy moly, we're getting raided. LC Art. Welcome, raiders. As the Fey folk arrive, their allure compels you to dance. How's it going? Hello, hello. How was stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, everybody. My name's Joe. I paint stuff. I'm doing a thing today, so not right now, but I was earlier, where we had a painting from last stream, which is this. It's still very blobby and not finished, really, but it's there. It works. And then I take these paintings that I do on stream, sometimes they're very loose, and I'll apply them to like a world map. So I paint like a little icon basically that represents the location that I paint, and then I continue. Then I make a new painting and I add that to the map. And so over time I start to populate a world map with a bunch of little locations. And so like if I go back and open up old stuff that I've done, like this one, this location was the first one, and it turned into this. And so we add the little icon. So there it is. Maybe someday in the future I'll make it like interactive, so it'll be online, and if you click on like this location, it'll take you to this, and then it'll have like a little blurb down here with like, you know, lore or whatever. I don't know. World building stuff that ties it all together, that explains things. But yeah, just slowly filling it out. We're still pretty early stages. We have... I need to add this one, actually. This one is 958. So I'm going to write that right there. So this is just me keeping track. Why can't I write? What happened? 958. There we go. Lock that layer. But yeah, it's a fun little project. It's a fun little world building project. A way to tie a bunch of random, you know, disjointed paintings together. But still allows me to more or less paint whatever I want, right? If I want to paint random underwater scenes, I can do that, right? If I want to paint random mountains, snowy stuff, big cities, floating islands, you name it, I can probably, you know, I can probably work it in here somehow. And, you know, I do have some lore in my head of, like, how things work, how the world works, how things are tied together. And so it does, Oh, I saw something happen. Oh, a print redeem. Perfect. Yeah, for the print redeem, let me know where to send it and which print you want. I'll let you surprise me with one. Oh, that works. That works. You'll still need to let me know where to send it, Ghost Palette, if you haven't already. If you've never gotten a print from me, and or you've moved locations, or you post address change or whatever you want to call it, then yeah, you can update it. Otherwise, I will send it. That'll work though. Thank you very much. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. But enough about me. Elsie, what were you doing? If you have to raid and run, I also understand, but I want to know what you're doing. Stream was good. Chat made me into a fitness streamer. What? Wait. You're a fitness streamer now. You mean like with all the redeems of like doing crunches or squats? Maybe not crunches, but squats. I know a lot of artists will do like squats or push-ups on stream. That's funny. You're now a fitness streamer. Squats and jumping jacks, amazing. Man, jumping jacks would be hard because I would be so out of breath after a while. Like, I feel like chat could... Like, it's one thing if you're... Well, no, I don't know what's better. Would I rather just be, like, super muscle fatigued or out of breath? I guess out of breath because then you can eventually catch your breath and you're back to, like, full. Whereas with muscle fatigue, at some point, if you're just so sore, it's, like, actually going to affect your day. I feel like being out of breath is more quickly to recover. Yeah, that's funny. But did you do any art though? So in between the fitness stream, did you do any art? And if so, would you like to share? Art tax. What was I doing? Oh, I was sketching on these. Yeah, Elsie does great work. You guys should totally check her out. Check out the art. But we need to see... We need the links. I am lazy. I found myself being... Some streamers... Okay, so sometimes when I raid streamers, before I even ask to see the art, they're already, like, pulling up my art to share it on screen. And here I am, like, I don't want to go find people's art. Like, just post it for me, and so I can... I just make... The people raid, and I'm like, I put them to work. Like, go get your art and link it. Maybe that you already linked. Maybe I missed it. No, here I'll go click on Elsie's stream. But no, Elsie's insane. Her art's just absolutely crazy art. It's actually mind-blowing. The level of like rendering and just skill is so good. Actually, it's probably not even about the rendering. It's just... Yeah. Okay, look at this. What's the best way to do this? File new. No, can't do that. Here we go. Wait, I recognize Sir Dracula. That's amazing. Wait, I've never seen this. This is so good. This looks exactly like him too. That's amazing. Okay, so if you guys don't know Sir Dracula, who's also an awesome streamer, this is so good. Oh, I love this. So yeah, if you guys know Sir Dracula, he streams here on Twitch also. But anyway, enough about him. This is about Elsie. It's so... Like, normally when I see portraits, right? Like, I'm blown away by how good the portrait is. But also, there's always this, like, unknown of, like, the likeness, right? Because Like, I feel like I can paint an okay portrait, but I'm not very good at getting the likeness of someone down unless I'm just copying the thing exactly, right? If I'm but then I see something like this where I immediately recognize the person, and also it's obviously like more than just a photo, right? It's you've added to it, which is so cool. It's cool when you see something like that and you recognize the person in it so well, and you've done such a good job. Is this the Furion portrait on the left? Everything's, look at this, so good. The colors, the warmth. I recognize that glow dodge anywhere. Just kidding. I'm only kidding, but when I do glow dodge on like a blue with a red, that's yeah. I love these. Man, the color and the lighting is so good. Look at this. This one's amazing. I've already liked this one because it's so good. Yeah. Anyway, this is what you were working on stream. Let's take a look. Earth Day drawing. Oh, this is so good. What a cute little... Is this like a what do you call it? It's a goat with a horn. What kind of animal do you call that? A goat with a horn. What's the like, I know like a bunny with a horn is called like a bunny corn, and then like a unicorn obviously. Uh a unigoat. Okay. A unigoat. Gotcha. Like a medieval version of it. Oh, that's super cool. I also really like the way that like your work in progress looks, like the way it's very blobby and soft, and then obviously you refine and sort of focus in the details where you need to, and that comes through in like your finished work so much, where like it's super. Actually, I know you know Chikiri, right? I think I literally see Chikiri's portrait there, so Chikiri has liked your work. But you know Chikiri. I feel like your work and Chikiri, I feel like you guys work like very similarly, right? Like you both start. I mean, I think a lot of artists start blobby and then refine. But like this blobby stage, right, is even the soft brush that you're using, and then as you refine it, it becomes very you, and obviously it's yeah. This is awesome, and your work is so good. Sorry, I could just gush over your work for a long time. Okay, back to painting. Yeah. Anyway, go follow Elsie and anyone else who wants to share their work. You should share your work. But yeah, today I'm just kind of following the trend of what I've been doing a few streams, which is mostly just doodling, having a good time. I guess I could talk about a little bit of like the world building stuff that we've been doing, because we kind of decided a few things on this world. There's like this magic energy that kind of will create these little like volatile spots. Maybe if there's nothing to like absorb the energy, it becomes like volatile, and you have like these sort of this thing. But then if there is spots to absorb the energy, you get like these forests, which I don't have. Let me ignore the thing that says time's up, by the way. But then you get like these dark forests full of magic and stuff that grows in like what I'm calling like the dark lands. Basically, half the world is in dark and half the world's in light, and this magical energy stuff will like percolate up or bubble up, or maybe it concentrates in the water and it sort of flows down in a certain way. So you get these little like concentrated pools of this magic stuff, and things can thrive on it. And you know, maybe that's how like we can design creatures. But basically, it's just like glowing magic. It's not very sophisticated. But then you have like a trade route from like the light lands, the dark lands. Maybe there's creatures and stuff that thrive in here on this magic energy. But then there's also gonna be like migratory animals and stuff that go from like, you know, this stuff, and they kind of balance out the stuff. Anyway, I'm not explaining it very well, but where am I going with this? What was the point of me saying I was going to talk about this? Oh yes, because there's also going to be things like we decide that like, okay, if you're in the dark, right, and obviously there's trees and the trees grow with this magic stuff. There's probably like a trade route, right, of like people lumberjacks and stuff, or who will ship the magic material and stuff up to here, where like this is where like the humans live, kind of in like the middle, in like the middle of this area. It's like a twilight zone, kind of, where it's half, you know, halfway between the day and the night, so everything's in like perpetual sunset, kind of. And I was going somewhere with this, I swear. But basically what I'm trying to do is if I paint a painting like this one, even though it's not specifically, like, I don't have a plan in mind for where it is or what it is, sometimes I can try to start incorporating things that I've already thought about in the world into the new painting, so I can slowly build on top. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. That was the worst explanation of what I've been doing lately, but whatever. It happens. Starlick, hello! You're gonna share what you've been doing? Perfect. I want to see what you were doing. But for example, just as a way to continue talking about this thing, because there's this magical glowing energy, what if some of the rocks, again, we don't have any floating rocks in our world, but what if we did, right? So maybe the floating rocks are, you know, maybe they're fueled by this magic energy. Oh, pick a color for a thumbnail. A yellowy orange. Okay, hold on. Let's do that. A yellowy orange. So, like, gold. That's yellowy and orangey. So that's orangey. That's yellowy. And that yellowy orange is in the middle. But also, so is brown. That's very sunset already. Okay. Well, we'll do it. We'll do a thumbnail with these colors, or this color. Is the Discord open to anyone? Yes. Discord. Right there. It is open to anyone. Anyone can join. Come one, come all. You posted in the Discord. Let's take a look. Let me take a look. Oh, that's print. Sketch is work in progress. Ooh, it's a dragon. Nice. It looks like it's... Is this an entire planet? Hold on, what am I looking at? It's definitely destroying stuff. That's all I could say for certain. I love this. This is really cool. Also, I need to get rid of this stupid thing that says time's up. Time is not up. That's more yellowy than I thought, but it works. Okay, let's go more orangey then. How's that? Is that more orangey? I mean, I'm gonna probably use all of these colors, so, you know. I do have a goal, though. So if this is the color we're using... My goal is not to make it the color of the light. So sometimes when I do this, it's so easy to be like, oh, this is going to be the light. Nope, not today. This is going to be the color of something. So it'll be like... I don't know. Like the roofs of buildings, for example. basically vertical roofs. I don't know. Not sure where we're gonna go. But yeah, because my first impression was... Yeah, but because my first impression was to make it like a sunset or whatever, I'm like, okay, I can't do that. Sometimes I do that when I'm playing with color because, like, it's so... If I know in my... I know in my soul, not in my soul, but I know for sure that, like, if my first impression is oh, this looks like a sunset, I've painted with those exact colors before. I mean, it can still be a little sunsetty. Go like this. And then we'll go a little deeper, like... It's still kind of sunsetty, but we'll see. We'll see how it works. Do you guys know what I mean, though, when we're talking about or like, it's kind of like with green, right? Where if I start to paint something, I'm like, oh, it's green, and then I start making like a tree shape. I'm like, no, I'm not allowed to make a tree. I'm gonna make this the sky because skies aren't typically green, and I think it would be more fun to paint with green as a sky than to just lean into making a random tree. Right? So I do that a lot where, like, instead of doing the thing that's obvious, like painting a sunset, I say, no, this is going to be a color of an object, right? So we're going to put a bunch of, you know, orange in here. And I don't know if orange roofs are particularly challenging to paint, but whatever. Slightly more interesting than... I mean, it's still orange light, but... Dropping you a lurky lurk. Alright, thank you, Eric. Also, how's it going, Eric? Now that you're lurking, I'm asking you how you're doing. Thanks for the lurk. Okay. Do I like this? I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's figure out. I'll be here just doing numbers and stuff. Gotcha. Doing numbers and stuff. I don't know what that means, but alright. Have fun. You're doing good, a bit overworked, but I'm managing. Well, I hope you can get a break soon. Okay, now I'm gonna just start sketching. I think the colors are okay. What do I want to do here? Little blobs here. Some sort of landscape. Maybe there's some other little houses back here too. I like how I have very little orange in this painting, despite that being literally the one thing that was redeemed in the color redeem. No, there will be. I'll put some orange flowers in here. And I will need the light in here. So we'll get the light shining on some of these. But then we also have the darker, orangier versions of it. That, maybe? And we have the deeper, darker, greener versions of it. This is there. Something like that. Some greenery. Maybe there's some... Yeah, we'll get some green in there. Green and orange is always a weird, almost... I don't want to say it's ugly, but it's like it's a very weird combo. I feel like it's hard for it to... I don't know. I always struggle with green and orange. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Like, maybe if it's like a yellow-green and a yellow-orange, then you can do, like, bright, vibrant colors, like, you know, trees and stuff in the sunset. Like that. I know it's early and it's more of a hobby, but do you see this world-building thing actually having stories and characters? So, yeah, maybe. I think at some point I will probably do some, like, you know, creature design or character design. You know, if we sort of know, like for example, if I know there's like a trading town or something, right? Or like a you know, maybe I'll do a scene where I do some like actual character designs and stuff. And yeah, maybe I don't know about story. Like, there's no reason you couldn't do like a short story or I couldn't write a story of some sort, or like just make a story, maybe some like short, like, you know, what do you call it, like headcanon kind of thing. Like I, you know, it exists, but only in my head. It wouldn't be like super official. Like, or maybe I would write it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I could see it having story at some point. You know, maybe you guys could write, you know, if somebody wanted to do like a character design for a thing, like you could, you know, I could do it like community type event where, not an event, but a community thing where people can make up their own characters within this world. You know, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what it would look like. But yeah, I'm open to the idea. I'm sure at some point I will do some character stuff. Now, this thing I'm painting right now isn't really that. I mean, it might be. This could definitely exist in that world. Not much of a visual artist, but you can word vomit? Yeah. I think any story that's like primarily written for me would need to exist. So I have like a requirement for myself, which is I don't get to just make up the images are guiding the story. So if something exists in the image, that's canonical, right? That's canon. That exists in this world. I don't get to just make up a bunch of like lore that isn't represented in the world. If I'm gonna make something up, you know, if I want to say there's a giant 10-foot tall robot that tramples throughout the world and that people are afraid of, I have to draw it. It has to exist. I can't just make up a bunch of stuff and say it's there and hope that I remember it. You know what I mean? And I think the problem for me, if I were to try and like just write a bunch of stuff, is that I could get carried away and just take it somewhere else. I mean, just like stories can be, they can pick up a life of their own. Um, so I think I would want to try and write it within the existing stuff, right? So like whatever lore I've come up with, more or less, like if it exists within the world already, then that's fine. Um, so I think for me, it's going to happen later. And I kind of talk about this in just the way that I'm painting. Like, I think as I work, the paintings are going to get more and more nuanced, right? Like, this is pretty generic. This is pretty generic. But, like, maybe as I start to fill in the gaps here, right, the things start becoming less generic and more specific, right? As sort of, I can't just put any old town here because now it needs to connect to this spot and it needs to connect to this spot and it needs to connect. And suddenly you start to get, like, lore from that, right? Like, if this is a if this is a just hypothetical, I'm just making this up. This isn't part of the actual thing. But so this has a bunch of these creatures that sort of thrive off of this, and plants, right? They thrive off of this energy and this dark forest thing, right? They drink the stuff. But maybe eventually I do creature designs in here that are like, infused with this magic energy or whatever. Okay? Hypothetically. And then let's say I put like let's say I want to do a city design and more nuanced take on this, and I want to do little like, villages on the outskirts of the city. Okay, well, what if these villages, whoops, are like, hunting party type things. They go out to the forest, hunt, and come back, So maybe their entire design and their entire culture is based around like hunting these glowing fantasy animals we create, right? And then it wouldn't make sense for that tribe to be over here because they're not near this area, right? So like maybe there's another party, a scavenger party that goes over here and gets resources. Like, I guess my point is it's hard to come up with like a story unless you start to, like, at least for me, unless I start to like until these sort of more nuanced relationships start like forming. But right now, they haven't really started forming. It's very generic. Everything's pretty generic right now. And so I don't see myself going too in-depth with, like, story. Because that's it's kind of happening as I work on it, right? I'm kind of figuring out, how the whole thing works. Even, like, what is the magic system? How does that work? And, I start to have some ideas in my head, and they can start informing paintings, and they can work their way into paintings, but right now it's still very early. That, and for intellectual property, anything that gets made for this product should be able to be changed or adapted for consistency's sake. Yeah. I'm definitely allowing myself to, like, retcon. Is that the right word? Where you... I don't know what that word actually means. But basically, I'm allowing myself to go back in time and change things and redo paintings if I need. Like, I'm not trying to be too precious and get everything right the first time. But I also I don't want to think too far in the future and to have it kill all the joy of just, like, making stuff up and having fun, Sometimes getting too specific isn't enjoyable for me. Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's a project in the sense that it's like an improv project. It's a thing that ties all of... Yeah, I guess you could think of it as an organizational project or an organizational thing. Yeah. Whatever is easiest. But it's also a thing that gives my art a little bit of direction, so I can start to figure out... Yeah, it gives my art a little bit of direction. Which is good. And, I've talked about maybe it'll turn into, like, an interactive map. where if I click on, say, this, it will take me to the location, and then it'll have like a little blurb, and it'll, you know, a little bit of story or lore, but that's going to come later. I'm not going to add that until, I mean, maybe I will. Maybe someday off stream or something, I'll get bored and want to do some creative writing. So I'll come in here, I'll literally just make a box, and I'll just start typing stuff and making up lore as I go, you know? And then I'll start making things. You know, who knows what I'll do, how that'll work. So yeah, maybe there will be some, you know, some written stuff before. I don't know. I'm open to, you know, I'm keeping my options open. Not to be personal, but are you living on your art, or is it still just for fun? I mean, so I do part-time streaming and part-time job. And the part-time job is the main steady thing, but yeah, it's mostly the non-art. I don't make most of my money from art, if that's probably the best way to say it. But I occasionally take commissions, and I do make some money from stream, and not much. And then I make some money from other stuff with art, but not much. It's I also don't like push for that super hard or anything either. So it's kind of just chill. I like it though. I have fun. I think this works. But yeah, these colors are fun. I don't know if this quite is the right color palette, or if this is what Sarah had in mind, but here we go. I think also little village. This definitely is like a little village town. Maybe there's farms or something. Looks lovely. Yeah, I mean, it's very blobby, but it's not bad. I'm trying to just get some fun color palettes. Something like that. Feel free not to answer if you don't want, but how much do you earn with just the art? I'm curious. It depends. So the reason I have the part-time job is because art's super inconsistent. So like some months it's not a ton. It's not much. It doesn't cover my rent, which is like $750 a month. So it's not that much. But sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. Like, but lately it hasn't been. Lately I haven't taken any commissions in a while. But it kind of depends. It's really like that's the thing about art that, like, at least for me, because I'm not like hardcore into it, you know? Like I don't have an art, like I'm not, what do you call it? Like I don't have any steady employment in art, right? So I don't make that much most months from art. But it also kind of depends. Like, if I got fired from my job right now, could I lean into it and make money from it and survive? Probably. Right? Like, yeah, I mean, I don't even advertise that I'm open to for commissions, right? Like, I don't, if somebody contacts me and they want something that is relevant to what I do or something that I'm interested in doing, I'll decide if I want to take it. I'm not like, oh, I need this, and I'll take it automatically. It's sort of, I sort of treat it, I think you could, but it's the marketing. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't even, I wouldn't ever want to So if I ever did art full time, I would not want to take commissions as part or as like the any major chunk of that full time art. Like I do not think commissions are. I mean, they're at least not for me. I don't think commissions I would ever want it to be like the way that I make money. I would much rather work for a company on a project, right? I think or have like a major or like commissions like unless it's like we're talking about like commercial commissions, like, you know, Magic the Gathering technically are commissioning you, but that's not the same because that's an ongoing property that continues to hire artists. So like if you're a good artist working for Magic, you can continue to make, you know, regular commissions for them. So technically it's still commissions and it could dry up, but like it's also not a one and done thing typically, you know what I mean? So there's I guess there's a difference between the types of commissions, but generally speaking, like personal commissions, like opening up to Instagram and say or to Twitter and saying, "Hey guys, I'm taking commissions." That is not in any way the type of way that I would want to make my living doing art. And that's kind of why I don't advertise that, because I don't want to do that. I'm not saying that I won't take commissions, right? If you want a commission, please contact me. But that's not the business model, right? For like independent or like, because to me there's like independent artist, which is more like that's one possible alternative. That would be more like, you know, you creating a product and selling the product, right? And then there's like freelance artists, which is more, I guess, technically commissions, but also things like doing commercial work on a temporary basis, right? That's more, if we're talking about freelance art, if I were to go that route, I would want to do more that thing I just described, which is, you know, like professional work on a temporary basis, or hopefully long-term basis, but you never really know, right? But ideally, independent artists would be like the pipe dream, right? That would be like the lofty dream, right? But I'm nowhere near that. In some ways, I guess, permalance, the blessing and the curse, yeah. I think in some ways streaming is sort of independent artist, right? Is sort of in that niche where it's like I am doing a thing on my own and I make some money from that. Whether it's me making a product, right? I think Anthony Wheeler on Twitch, he does that, right? He's an independent artist. He makes products, he has an audience, he sells to that audience. He's not taking commissions as far as I know. He probably does, but that's not really his business model. Right? So he's more independent artist. Somebody like Sarah is more freelance artist, I think, right? I think that's what you call yourself. We're doing professional work, right? And so that's a different. But to me, commissions is like, it's just doesn't feel sustainable unless you are doing the really professional stuff, working for companies who have established brands and like products. Otherwise, you're just constantly fighting for new, like, or unless you're maybe like a really, you know, again, there are like the extreme versions where you have like a giant name for yourself. I'm thinking like, I don't know. Like if you were a massive person on social media and were like the go-to person for D&D character art, and so if somebody wanted D&D character art for their character, you're the person they go to. There are people who do take on like one-off commissions because they just have such a name for themselves as like the commission person, and they have a backlog forever and they just don't even have to worry about it. They just paint the things and they make money. That feels exhausting to me. But that's not the reality for most people who do commissions. The reality is you are like, I need commissions, and then you take one or two and then they dry up and you're like, oh my god, I can't get more. How do I get more commissions? And it's like, everybody who wanted commissions from you have gotten commissions from you, and now you need a new audience. And like, how do you keep growing? Like, I don't really understand the business model of commission artists. Unless you are one of the select unicorns, you know, the few who are like super popular in your niche, you know, the furry artists who are well known in that community, the D&D artists who are well known in that community, you know, the people who are like the commission artists, right? But most people aren't doing that. Most people who are high skill people are gonna, like, if that's, I mean, that would be the goal, right? Is to break into like the, you know, you're getting work based on the skill and not because of like your name, which is, I mean, we were kind of talking about this earlier, right? Where I think a lot of commission artists are getting work because of their name and people like them and they want art from them. And it's not, but they're also good, but like they're not typically charging an arm and a leg for the work. They're just cranking it out at crazy speeds, and people like the stuff they're doing, and they also like that, like, hey, you have a piece of art from so-and-so, right? So it's just kind of different. I don't know. It's interesting to think about all the different ways people make money, though, doing freelance. But yeah, I think the either the independent artist appeals more to me. Gotta go have fun, everyone. The knowledge in this place. Do I have knowledge? It's debatable. I appreciate it, though. Thanks for hanging out, Jacker X. I think conventions could be fun, which is another way that, you know, that's very much independent artist also, which is you've turned your art into your own business, where you know, you make prints, and it's probably, I think that is a mix, right? Because most people who are doing like a lot of conventions also do, you know, they have an audience, and so, but typically they're more like independent artists, right? Where you have your audience, people like you as the creator, but also maybe like the product you're selling, and so they can go and get like, you know, limited edition prints or something based on the thing, or book signings, whatever it is. But yeah, I think if art is ever like a full-time thing for me, it would either be the professional freelance or independent. I don't know. What am I doing new? I'm just drawing shapes. Let's do more orangey red. The marketing is the tough part. I would know. I try to get. Well, I think, yeah, I don't think you can just say I'm taking commissions, right? It's a slow burn. You have to build up an audience. I mean, if you don't have a ton of followers, like, who are you marketing to? You're just throwing it out in the void and no one knows who you are. And like, why would, like, if nobody knows who you are and you're saying that you're taking commissions, you're pretty much relying on the fact that you have to be really good at what you do, so that people, when they see your work, they're like, I can't get that anywhere else, right? Which isn't really about style. It's not about anything other than just like your work's really good. Whereas once you start building an audience, suddenly there's like a rapport, right? Like, people know you, they like the way you engage, there's a connection. They're like, I think it would be really cool for this person to make me art. Yeah, relying on the algorithm is not great. It's, I mean, it's funny because, like, with streaming, right? Like, for example, I mean, I don't do a ton of commissions, but occasionally, and all of them have come from people messaging me. Never once have I said, I'm opening up commissions, here's my commission price list. Never once. That's because, again, that to me is what marketing for commissions is. I mean, obviously, if I said that, you know, maybe I would get more also, but I think there's a difference between, I don't know, like, yeah, and it's tricky. I think doing commissions is hard. I think you both have to be online a lot. You have to sort of you have to build up that sort of, that that like people's knowledge of you, right? They have to know you exist. And also you have to do really good work. So it's a combination of everything. Whereas something like if you're super amazing at what you do, and also not a complete jerk, technically you could just send off your portfolio to companies and get hired, right? Like if you can do the work they want and you're really good at it, they'll probably hire you. You know what I mean? So like you aren't fighting for people to know who you are in those situations. So yeah, in some ways that sort of freelance kind of grind commission thing would be, it's like the hardest, right? It just doesn't seem like a like of all the people who try to do art for a living, that's got to be the lowest like percentage of the way people make money is actually by sustaining from commissions. Just doesn't seem sustainable to me. Yeah, I'm kind of noodling. I've been working on this one for way too long. Maybe not too long, but for a while. Let's play around with color. Let's do an overlay. Just go slapping that color in. I know the color picked was orange, and this turns out to be mostly a blue and green painting. The iPhone call screening feature is the best thing ever. What do you mean by that? I'm not familiar with iPhone. Android user over here. All the spam callers just hang up immediately. Oh, yeah, how does that work? I just don't answer them. Mine just says scam likely. And then I don't answer. Does yours pick up automatically or something? How does that work? Hey, Chrissy, how's it going? It added a thing maybe a year ago where when an unknown number calls, it will prevent your phone from ringing while the phone number asks the caller to state their reason for calling. You can then read the transcript while that's happening if it's in fact a real person and pick up if needed. But most spam calls just hang up now. Gotcha. Oh, that is a nice feature. At least it seems good. It sounds wonky, but also if it works, it works. But, I mean, most spammers aren't going to waste their time explaining why they're calling. Although, I do feel like if they did, they could still get people, because... Especially with those things like, there's been a fraudulent activity on your account, right? Like, if somebody actually bothered to explain, like, hey, this is, and if they were like a real person and it sounded normal, like, that would trick a lot of people, right? It's like, I mean, it'd just be like leaving a voicemail, except it would sound more personal. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I don't really get how that works, but hey, if it works, it works. That's good. I haven't gotten any scam calls lately. I used to get them all the time, and they just kind of randomly stopped. I don't know. Maybe they decided that I wasn't gonna bite. It's mostly just nice that I can leave your ringer on for calls without hearing it a bunch. Oh, true. See, I don't leave my ringer on. Doing well just now, finishing your daily study. Nice. What are you studying today? What's the daily study of? You know, I'm feeling like a little farming village. What if I take this same image? Maybe not farming village, but let's just keep painting. Let's take this painting and change it a little bit. I do like my arches. Every painting can be turned into a painting of arches. So you're doing texture spheres this month. Oh, nice! Texture spheres, that's awesome. Today you're retrying some Douglas fir texture. You did it last week and didn't like it in the end. You wanted to give it another try with different references. Oh, that's awesome. Douglas fir. That's neat. Kind of just playing with shape here, not really playing with shape and scale, changing things a little bit. Okay, so now that I've ruined this painting, I was thinking, going back to our world map thingy. Delete that. What if there was like a little village here that had like a bit of like an energy source, like kind of solar punk? I mean, maybe it'd be better if I painted it directly on this. Actually, let's do that. Kind of a solar punky vibe. Trying to just think about how I want to. Maybe there's I don't know, little thingies, solar panels. I don't think we want solar panels. I know solar punk is all about that, but it's I don't think I actually want to do that. Not for this. I mean, maybe. But I think more batteries. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Because in our little world that we're designing, we do have like an energy, a magic sort of thing. And maybe there's like, maybe it's not batteries actually. Maybe that's a dumb idea. Sending love. Holy effing cow, how's it going? Holy cow. Hope you're doing well. So what if, instead, we have little puddles, like little oasis thingies, and in these little puddles are, think of it like a... So everything around it is going to be extremely vibrant and lush. And then everything around that is going to be less lush. So almost like a... like mini... maybe not rice paddies, but like... maybe a little bit like that. Although that wouldn't make much sense in the Daylands. This would be like a Nightlands spot. And I don't think I want to make this Nightlands. I guess it maybe could be. Like a farmland in the Nightlands. With little glowing crops. And then maybe in here we'll go a little more desaturated, and we'll go like a yellower around the edges. So like this stuff is less orange or less green. I'm kind of trying to create like concentric circles. So like the outer circle is very green and lush and vibrant and lots of stuff. And then as we go further out, it'll be less green. And you'll have these like rings, giving it just some sort of color pattern. And then maybe in here there's like I don't know, little things hanging down that are also vibrant. So the little, almost like a weather chime. Is that the word? Something like that. You went for a walk this morning in a park with a bunch of Douglas firs, so I was inspired? Nice. That's awesome. That's always a good way to do a study. You see something, you're like, that's cool. Let's paint it. Okay, I do want to see what happens if I just take like an overlay or something and turn it into like a nighttime scene. I know this is not the way to turn things into nighttime scenes, but it's not bad. Obviously, if you don't have like a direct lighting, it's actually pretty good. Obviously, if you have a strong light and shadow, then it doesn't quite work. Because you can't just have a strong light at night. But this scene didn't have a strong light and shadow. What about rain and lightning? Ooh, I like the idea of rain. Rain would be fun. I haven't done a rainy painting in this. I don't really know how to paint rain well. I mean, I guess the best way, I think, to paint rainy environments, in my opinion, at least the ones I've seen that do it really well, where I'm like, wow, that's so good. It's not just like adding a rain to a non-rainy spot. It's to design the spot specifically for rain, right? With things that like capture rain and having gutters and pipes that drip it off so that you can see the rain flowing, right? You can see the water doing stuff, right? Not, I mean, obviously, you know, puddles with splashes is great, but specifically things like umbrellas that are designed for the rain and other equipment that's designed, right? I think that's the, in my opinion, the best way, where that way you can see the water interact with things. You know, like if this is a rainy area, you can make like, you know, gutters that have rain or that rainwater. That way you could start showing it, you know, pouring off the roof, and maybe there's like a little area specifically for it. You know, like a little water wheel or something. I think those, because I think I've seen art where it's just like, let's just add rain for the sake of rain, and it doesn't feel rainy. It just feels like a special effect, if that makes sense. Like, I don't like rain feeling like a thing that you add on top of your painting to give it the rainy effect, you know? Like, I would rather have it, I mean, and that's kind of what I'm doing now. But I would rather have the design baked in of, like, this is a rainy environment, and so they've designed their environment to show that, like, it thrives in the rain. But we can start this way. Add some rain here. I don't actually know how to paint rain very well. Other than to make it, you know, it obviously drips off of things. And splashes. Yeah, rainy stuff is interesting. I gotta think about that a bit more. And also, rainy at night's hard because you can't actually see the rain, really. So unless there's, like, a strong light shining behind it. Did I just hear you say you don't know how to paint? Yeah, sure, that's what I said. I don't know how to paint. No, I think I said I don't know how to paint rain. Rain is not a thing that I paint a lot of. I know if you're going to do, like, a nighttime scene with rain, oftentimes there's a lot of, like, reflections. That you get a lot of that, what do you call it? Specular light. Let me see. See, like this image, which is a random Google search, I suspect it's a real image and not AI. But this is an example that I think is okay. Because you can't actually see the rain. I mean, technically you can. You can see the rain. But really what you're seeing is the gray sky, right? It's very gray. You're seeing the shine on the roof, so you know it's wet, even though you can't see it. Maybe there's some water dripping. I'm going to find out this is AI and be annoyed. But you also see the puddles on the ground, right? That are very clearly water. I like that. I think that's a nice way of doing rain. Because it's more about the environment looks rainy and not that, oh, look, there's rain in the scene. You know what I mean? So, like, in my scene, right? Like, what if I were to gray this down? You know, just make everything grayer. Maybe even just drop the saturation. Like, this looks more rainy to me than this, right? Even though this technically has rain. I saw an annoying fan art today that I could tell they manually painted nice lighting on top of, but then I zoomed out and I saw a bunch of super AI artifacts, half AI and half real images, almost make me more mad than full AI images. Because at first glance, it does look nice from the manual element, but then the rest ruins it. Oof. Well, and also there's to me, I know I've been talking a lot about this today. It's less about the art and more about the human element. The human element there feels like it's adding deception to it, right? Like, it's like the artist is lying to you. That just feels bad. Like, they're actively trying to deceive you. You know what I mean? Like, why? That's annoying. Like, one of the things I've rambled about this before. One of the things I like least in art is just like deceptive behavior, right? Whether it's straight up lying about you did this when you didn't, or saying that, you know, here's a 30-minute doodle, you know, just thing for funsies, and it was like actually a week-long project you spent on. Like, don't lie about the effort. Don't lie about the program you used, or say you didn't use 3D when you did. Like, stop trying to hide stuff and stop trying to be deceptive. Like, I don't care what you do, really. Just don't lie about it. And if you do have to lie about it, that's even worse. Like, yes, AI already sucks, but lying about it makes you a scumbag also. So I'd rather you just be an AI bro than be an AI bro trying to pass yourself off as not. I don't know. You zoomed in on the earrings and they were nonsensical blobs. That sucks. I always wonder, like, I don't think anyone would ever mistake my art for AI because it just doesn't probably look the same, but at the same time, I have a lot of nonsensical blobs in my paintings. Am I AI? No, kidding. But I do. It doesn't. I don't know. But I do get what you mean, because like you obviously can tell if things are like, not obviously. Sometimes it's very easy to tell if things are AI. Sometimes it's very hard. Yeah, I will admit sometimes I genuinely don't know if something's AI or not. But normally you can tell when you look through someone's work as a whole and you sort of look at it, the big picture, and zoom out. Any one given painting can be really hard to tell for me. Like, obviously there are bad examples, like, there are examples of AI where it's so obvious from one image that you don't need any more, but most, not even, but sometimes it's not that. Okay, we're gonna go in here and start adding the speculars and greenery and a lot of gray and dark. This is still magical, so we can't, we aren't trying to go too super believable, realistic. Feels like I was trying to follow the reference, but it was an existing character, but didn't understand what was actually going on. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's most obvious for me in design, where, like, the design itself, the logic doesn't make sense. Like, it's very clearly trying to be, like, it's very clearly inspired by someone who made a design that is logical, but then the AI didn't know what it, like, what the logic was, and so then it did a thing, it made a change, or something was edited, and it just, like, suddenly you have, like, a box that has no top to it. Like, it can't open. It's like, that clearly wasn't designed that way. It was designed to have hinges that open, but you randomly put hinges on all sides of it. It's like, what's happening here? This doesn't make sense. No one would do that. It was a conscious choice to make it nonsensical, right? Like, for a human to make a choice like that, you'd have to intentionally make it nonsensical. Whereas it's one thing if it was just like you didn't finish it and it was lazy, and like I paint, right? Like, I'm a lazy painter. I leave things lazy and not finished all the time. Yeah, it doesn't use common sense. It doesn't understand the world. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't know that a box is a three-dimensional object that you can put things in. Or like a treasure chest, right? It doesn't understand that. You know, I am right now animating a BTI. I don't know what BTI means. Well, putting down main keyframe sketches down, and I gotta say, in these past months, I haven't fallen into artistic focus mode in ages, and doing it again, feel happy about it. Oh, that's awesome. Also, yeah, sucks ass. I wish it never existed. Yeah. There was a really cool video I just watched. It had nothing to do with AI, but I always think about it because, so, okay. So normally I'm not into like the art entertainment genre of YouTube videos. So like draw with Jazza kind of thing. But he made a cool video. So like, I don't know if you guys are aware of the drama. It's not really drama, but like Jazza's brother is like an AI bro. And then Jazza is an artist and is like obviously quite against AI and doesn't like AI. And him and his brother, as far as I know, have like had a little falling out because like they both have YouTube channels and they have very different directions and like directions in life. But anyway, Jazza made a pretty cool video recently where he's like exploring making physical models and gonna do like what do you call it, stop motion of like you know, move posing and things. But anyway, so Jazza's doing this project, and it seems pretty cool. Where he's doing all the steps by himself, and it's taking a lot of time. But just watching that video with the context of like his brother being an AI bro, or like trying to view it from like imagining yourself thinking that like, why spend all that time when AI can do it quicker? If you go into that video with that view, it is so cool to watch like the joy and how fun Jazza is having, like making this thing and being like, I made this and this is my creation and like my choices and my decisions and my skills and my time, and it invested into make something that they have to show for it, and trying to watch this and being like, well, couldn't just an AI make it? It's like, okay, I think that's a cool video to show like that's what AI doesn't give you, which I thought's really cool because it's almost a video where like I would want to link it to AI people when you see them advocating for AI, because that video shows that part of like, this is his thing, he made it, it's not some other person's, it's his. And you know it's his, and it doesn't feel it shows that human element, and I think it's really cool. So yeah, it was just, I thought it was a neat video. It was I think it's just his latest video of just him exploring a thing. And yeah, and just having that context of him and his brother, like, you know, behind the scenes, sort of having this in my head while I'm watching the video was really sort of interesting, because it's like, what would his brother say about that video where he's spending weeks to make a thing, or maybe months or a year to make a thing? Like, you know, this is someone who presumably is like, you know, like, look, it saves you so much time and skill or whatever. Like, you don't need to be good at what you do because you have this AI thing. To watch someone dump time, not dump, but like invest so many hours. Well, that's the thing though. It comes through in the video, Charzia. That's what I think so cool about the video, is that it is probably the most, like, I don't know, I always felt like Jazza kind of had like a depressed vibe to him. I mean, even when he's like happy and smiling, he always came across like he had to make, like, it was like an act. But this video feels like he's genuinely enjoying himself. I don't know how you couldn't understand it by watching that, because it's so, the video, it's like, it takes you on that journey. I don't know. It was a cool video because I watched it with that context and that knowledge that his brother is like hard. Also, hi Charzia, long time no see. Because I think a lot of times when you see artists, right, they do talk about the difficulties of art, not in like a depressed way, but like art's hard. It's a skill. It's building. It's difficult. You never got a depressed vibe? Well, it's never depressed vibe, but it's always like, well, maybe that's not true. I guess I didn't watch a ton of his content, to be fair. There's always been like a few videos where he's kind of is like contemplating, like, you know, maybe I've just seen those videos, but like things like, well, he'll be like contemplating the direction of his channel and sort of like, you know, having a lot of people and stuff on his plate, and it's getting overwhelmed. Like, I don't know, not like, I feel like I've always felt like he has a lot on his plate, but this video made it seem like he was just in a kid having in a candy shop kind of, you know, a kid enjoying making stuff, and it was fun. I didn't actually watch Jazza's brother's content. I only heard the issues in most of the style of sword. So I think oh, Jazza on YouTube. It's just Jazza, Jazza. It used to be Draw with Jazza, but I think he changed his name. And then his brother is Shad something. So apparently his brother at one point was really into like combat history and like talking about, you know, fighting like swords and knights and armor and stuff, and like how it all works and functional. Yeah, the sword guy. And like it was actually like people actually liked his channel, and it was like he had good stuff, and he did some sort of research and seemingly had some knowledge. But now, as far as I'm aware, it's all just like he's really leaned into like the big like Final Fantasy swords, and like just going down and like just making stuff up and pretending that it's like accurate, and like sort of pretending like they're applying like real sword fighting techniques to this fantasy sword, and like very like I don't know what use this is for anyone. I guess it's kind of fun, but it feels very like Mall Ninja stuff. I don't know if you know that term, but like Mall Ninja being like the cheap like katanas and stuff and swords that you can buy at like old school malls. I don't even know if they still have those, like little kiosks where they'd sell like cheap knives and stuff, and people would always think they're like cool and like, look at my sword collection, you know. It's like, okay, you're never gonna be in a sword fight ever in your life, like this isn't the thing. But you know, people thinking they're like ninjas because they bought a sword at a mall, it gives me that impression. I actually just recently watched a couple of his videos, and they all gave me that impression. You know, maybe the guy knows what he's talking about, but anyway, it was kind of a fun dive into this thing. But yeah, you can still get the cons in the exhibitors alley. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm not hating on it. I think that stuff's fun, and I think if that's your hobby, that's fine. But when you try to act like you're, you know, a sword expert, and you're showing like swords that are just ludicrous, you know, like Final Fantasy VII sword designs, or you know, you have swords that are designed like, you know, you have a sword like this, and then it has like, you know, negative space in it because it's a cool design or something, and you're like, what is this? Like, what is this sword thing that you're doing? Like, why is this your sword? And then this is your, you know, the hilt or whatever. Like, this is not a real weapon, and acting like it's, you know, you're some sword master, and when you're showcasing stuff like this, and you're like, this is the most ridiculous, like, why is this a thing, right? Like, it might look cool. This doesn't, but, you know, in theory, a well-designed sword can look cool. But let's not pretend. Don't put that in the same conversation as historically accurate as somebody who cares about that, right? Like, you know, it gives a very weird vibe when you're, you know, like, look, I think it's fine to collect cool, funky looking, you know, weapons and stuff, and that's fine. But it doesn't, yeah. Like, I'm not hating on people who like that stuff. But there's a difference between that and like a, I don't know, talking about historical accuracy and good, like, I don't know, it's hard to take someone like that seriously when you're trying to talk about like proper fighting technique, and meanwhile you're running around with that. I don't know. But anyway, I didn't mean to trash talk a YouTuber that I don't know anything about. But the Jazza video, the latest one, is pretty cool, I thought. Apparently they were both pretty popular, but Jazza kept kind of getting popular, and his brother didn't, I guess. Shadowversity or I don't know what it was called. But there's definitely some interesting lore there. Like, I saw an interesting video about how impractical it is to keep a sword on your back. Yeah, like, I like that stuff. And I think that's kind of what his brother got famous for, right? That's what Jazza's brother sort of did, was point out, like, historical inaccuracies in things like games and talked about that side of, like, art, in a way. And it was about art, right? It was about not just art, but, like, you know, sword fighting in the media, and not just swords, but like halberds and different weapons, and how they're used versus how they were actually used, and what evidence we have that they were used that way. Which is a cool topic. Like, I like that stuff. You know, there's videos I've seen with, like, you know, same thing with archery, where they, you know, people who actually use bows are, like, you know, like watching old videos of archers and stuff and being like, that's not a thing. You know, critiquing things like, you know, the Hunger Games and how she shoots her bow and all this different stuff. And, like, it's fun. I like that stuff because, as somebody, you know, if you're doing like a character design, not that I'm a character designer, but if I were, it is nice to know a little bit about the topic, especially anything fantasy related. You know, if you're drawing lots of fantasy stuff, whether it's people with bows or swords or, you know, whatever, it's nice to know a little bit about the topics you're drawing. It just helps to have a little bit of knowledge about your subject matter. So yeah, those channels are cool. They're a little rainy area. Hey, remember me? Artsy Starfire. I remember the name Starfire. I don't remember you having Artsy in front of your name. I feel like I remember Starfire, yeah. How are you? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. You can't pull them out if they're longer than your arm? Good point. Yeah, how would you, right? Your arm would extend and it would still be in the sheath and you couldn't pull it out. Yeah, that'll be me out. LOL, I still got a Starfire and start. That's awesome. Well, welcome back. Hope you've been well. Always good to have new people not new people, old people popping in after a while away. But it looks cool. It does. And this is a tricky topic, right? Like, because it depends on what you're designing for. And I know this is a lot of this. People get this wrong in movies a lot, where, like, you know, you do want things to look cool, but also the second there's like an overlap of like this is supposed to be historically accurate, and then like okay, well, how historically accurate? Because once you've branded it as sort of historically accurate, now the audience is going to hold you to it, right? And so if you break that, you're going to be criticized. Meanwhile, if it's not supposed to be and you don't brand yourself as that, you can get away with pretty much anything. And so I feel like it's a tricky thing, especially if you're designing a project that like maybe you want some stuff to make sense, but other stuff doesn't. And like, where's that line? Yeah, I'm trying to make it rainy. I'm trying to do like, here's one that's obviously not rainy, and then here's one that's rainy. I'm trying to change the mood. It's hard. It's not, I'm not good at rainy moods. I could maybe bring in a little bit more orange in here. Probably more rain here because it's higher contrast. You can introduce some sunlight still? True. I'll be honest, I don't think I'm there yet. I think that's above my pay grade right now. Yeah, that's true. You can be rainy and sunny for sure. Yeah. I've seen sunny, rainy days. Now they're rare. They're not as common, but it's definitely possible. But yeah, I think introducing sun here is, I'm not ready for it. It's a try a ray. That's true. I could do it like a sun ray. I'm just trying to get the sheen right now. Maybe there's a pot here. That's gonna look right. Wait, that wouldn't work. There need to be gutters here. I don't know how that's gonna work. Maybe not. Maybe there's no gutters on this roof. This roof wouldn't make sense with gutters. I was thinking we could do one of those things where like you have, maybe there's like the gutters like this, where it's like separate, and then they have the water. Maybe it's like that thing. I think that's a thing, isn't it? Where like this drains off onto here. I don't know. If it's not a thing, it is now. I've always loved seeing your artwork. So amazing. Aw, thanks. There. A lot of... This is... It feels pretty rainy. Now, the question is, do I have enough saturation in the dark spots? Now this is gonna be, oh, these are gonna be stairs. So these could be, if they're wooden stairs, they can be very shiny. More shiny on the flat surfaces. So up top is going to be more shiny. Right? So we can get most shine up top, less shine down below. So the logic I'm trying to use is like, if you're looking at something flat, or like the more skyward facing, the absolute more shiny it is, right? So like this stuff is the most shiny down here. There's some shine up here, but it's more sparse, right? Up here though, there's a lot because it's sloped more. See, like I have this reference here, where so like this stuff is gonna be shiny. Well, obviously it's all the same angle, but like here, because it's not reflecting the sky, and it's not as shine, like there's not as much to shine. But down here, it's gonna have the most, because it's skyward facing. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. I don't know what all this orange is. I just kind of put the orange here. Yeah, I think that's cool. Maybe we'll do some little things like this. Now, I don't want to go too much into detail here because this is still literally a thumbnail. Well, it's not actually a thumbnail anymore, but it's a very tiny painting. We are still very much in thumbnail size, right? So any details I put here would have to be repainted because they're just going to get blurry when I try to scale them up. I do wonder though, can I put like... I'm wondering if I can't put some like horizontal, not actually rain, but like brush strokes and brushiness that makes it feel like rain. You know what I mean? Just like texture that sort of gives that impression of rain. But not actually, I don't actually want to paint the rain. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess I could paint some, right? I could do like a few drips here and there. But like 90% of it's not going to be. I don't really want to paint the rain. I think of all the rainy images I've seen in my life, the ones that don't show the rain are my favorite. They just give the impression of rain. And so you're like, that's a rainy scene. But like if you were to point to a raindrop, it's hard to do it. Now this was going to be like a shiny, like glowy magic thing. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same logic or like justification with sun. A lot of times it's, you don't paint the sun rays. You paint what the sun rays are hitting, right? You paint the light on the wood. You paint the light on the face. You don't have to paint the light ray every time, right? I think there is a stage in most environment paintings where people get obsessed with painting light rays. Light rays are fine. They can exist. But most of the time, you don't have a big beam of light coming across your scene. Most of the time, you just see what the light is hitting. And that will give the impression of your brain will make sense. Well, no, sometimes, well, okay, technically Drufzilla, true, but a lot of times people paint it like every scene is foggy, right? Every scene is a foggy scene with lots of atmosphere, and the light ray shines in. So it'd be like, instead of, if I wanted to light this scene, right, it'd be like lighting it like this. But like this part doesn't need to be light, I guess is the idea, right? Like you don't actually need, I mean, again, light rays are cool, but like, I mean, even if it's not God rays specifically, right? Even if you're not doing this specifically, by the way, this looks pretty sweet, I will say. But even if you're not doing this, right? And if instead you're doing just a single ray, right? Just you're lighting it like this. Even then, something like this, you're still lighting the sky as if like this is where the lights come. Right? There's still like this implication. Instead of lighting it more like this, where the things are hitting the scene, right? Maybe now you put this stuff in the scene and you put where the light is, but maybe the sky is still fully blue, right? The sky is still fully blue. It doesn't have to feel, or not fully blue, but you know what I mean. It's not inherently lighter. It doesn't have to be light. This, you know, like that would be, I guess that's sort of emulating like a camera, right? True. Showing raindrops where the light hits would be cool, like this or something. In the light, that'd be neat. Yeah, we could do this. A little bit of light here, shining in. I'd be okay with that. Now the question is, God Ray or that? I mean, this changes the mood a little bit. We could go God Rays. Maybe a little dappled light here. I don't know why it'd be dappled, but... I don't know. I think the rainy mood mostly would be nice. Showing some raindrops in the sunlight would be nice. Yeah. It's true. And I do think we can actually do some maybe glowing flowers. Maybe there's a unique kind of flower here that is glowing in the rain. Not in the rain. It glows in the rain. Right? Okay, hold up. Lore drop. Okay, so in our world, in this little world that I'm designing, and this image doesn't have to be in it, but let's just pretend it is for a second. Here's a lore drop. Okay, so we've decided that this magic energy over here comes from the sun, technically, right? That this magic is in the sun. But we could also have some magic in the rain, and so maybe in like these areas where the water is condensed, right? You have this cycle of you know, this magic in the water being evaporated into the atmosphere, right? Rain cycle, and then it rains down. And so now you have these rainy areas that have this magic water, okay? And so maybe this magic water, there are plants that, like, you know, give off light. Because again, we are in these dark areas, right? We're in the dark lands. So maybe... Where am I? Where's my painting? So maybe there's flowers that bloom, and they give off a warm light when they're hit with rain. So maybe these flowers themselves are illuminating the raindrops. Just a thought. And then they have to go out and pick the plants when they're blooming. So they have to go out in the rain and harvest them. So it's like the rain is part of their thing. So they have to go out there. So hold on. So there would be a person out here picking the flowers. They'd be in their yellow raincoat. Little bucket of flowers. I don't know. Something like that. Lore. There's some lore. And I know it sounds silly, but this stuff still makes me super excited when I talk about it and when I come up with an idea like that. Like, oh, these flowers are, you know, they light up when it's raining, and then they have to be harvested when they're lit. It sounds stupid and maybe a little cheesy, but like that leads to like another thing, right? Like, what do you do with these flowers? And suddenly it's like I never would have gotten even to even as something as simple as that, I never would have gotten there without the knowledge that, like, you know, there's this magic water stuff and it's always at night, right? And so the magical water, this energy water stuff, it can sustain life and things grow because of it. If it were in the day, why would it have to be blue, you know, glowing? Well, it wouldn't, right? But because it's always at night, it would make sense also that it would be glowing. I don't know. It's just like it kind of works. Anyway. And of course, if it's raining a lot, maybe that means there's lots of ways to catch water, so we've got to have more ways over here too. I don't know. I think it's fun. Yeah, it's a fun thing. Little weather vane. Doesn't look like a weather vane. That looks like a cross. How do you make a chicken? I don't know what chickens look like. Or, you know what? It should be a flower. Hold on. How do you do a weather vane that looks like a flower? Because chickens have a beak that point. Flowers could... Oh, I know. A one-stemmed flower. Nope, not that. Hold on. What do I want to do here? How does this work? How do you make a weather vane that looks like a flower? Yeah, I guess that works. Something like that. No, it doesn't really work. I guess they don't always... No, wait, hold on. Now I'm curious. How do weather vanes work? It's just because so if you have an arrow, right? The idea is that because there's more surface area here, right? It will always turn towards the wind, right? That's just the idea, is that because this is heavier and it's more surface area, right? It would never blow this way and turn this painting back because, right? So on the flower, you'd have to have small flowers here and big flowers here if you wanted it to face this way, right? So if this were the flower, that could be a flower, and then this flower would point... Whoops. And so if this were the weather vane, this flower would now point in the direction the wind's blowing, because that's a butterfly. No. This is not in perspective. My point is, because if you made a weather vane like this, right, that was perfectly symmetrical, right, and then the wind blew, and I'm gonna color these blue over here and red over here, right? There's no saying initially, you wouldn't know if these were actually symmetrical. Is the blue way gonna face the wind, the way the wind's blowing, or are the red, right? It would be a 50-50 chance, because the wind is just gonna hit this thing head on, and it might turn this way, or it might turn that way, right? And so it might turn this way towards the blue, or it might turn that way towards the red. right? So my point is, if I wanted to make a flower weather vane, how would I design it so that you'd always have one way pointing toward... Because like the chicken, right? It's always going to face the way the wind blows. Because the part that's going to catch the wind is the front. And so it's going to move towards the wind. I never really thought about how weather vanes work until just now. But you can't just do any design and have it work. You want a part that is... You can see where the wind's going, right? So if you have a big arrow, the part with the arrow is going to catch the wind, so it's going to point where the wind's going. You can't have a symmetrical flower. You'd have to have an asymmetrical flower, specifically with the big part being where you want it to face. Yeah. You could. That's what I was thinking, right? With this, with something like this. So, like, you could have a flower here, but I guess you don't have to have flowers like this. You could also have a flower like a rose type of flower, or like something like this. Where this part... No, I don't think they spin in circles. I think the idea is that they're heavy on one, like they're... I think it's probably more about just where... I think it's more of like, if it's not symmetrical along the axis, it's more just like... I think if you had a weather vane, just like... I mean, I guess it depends on how loose it was. If it was just super floppy, it would just spin in circles, wouldn't it? I guess it depends on how tightly it was attached to, like, your house. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm doing here. It doesn't matter. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's go back to this. We're just gonna put a chicken. So my idea was to put not a chicken. I wanted to put a flower that represents like what their community is all about, because this isn't a farm. This is maybe a heavier leaf. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the science behind weather vanes, to be honest. I'll have to look it up after stream. I think I'm getting a little tired, to be honest. My eyes are sore. Need a break. You put little pots here. There's little things with like water channels that the water will drip out of. I think could be really cute. And then, like, once this fills up, there's, like, another water. Like, something like this, and then this fills up. Sorry to return from anime, so you're trying to catch on the conversation? Yeah, no worries. Ooh, like the wind thing that turns in whichever way the wind blows? Yes, exactly. That thing. We were talking about the like, not really the physics of it, but kind of. The physics of a weather vane and how they actually turn towards the way the wind's blowing. Because if it was perfectly even, right, you might have it blow this way and the tail would then face the way the wind's blowing. So you'd have to have it at least heavier or more surface area. Probably more surface area, not heavier, right? If you had a heavy side, like in the nose, but then a really, really big side up here, like the wind would still blow this side, right? So it's got to be surface area. But you wouldn't want the surface area to be so symmetrical that... So, like, you might have a lot of surface area here, but if it were close here, it might just start spinning, right? And you maybe wouldn't want that. You would want it to be enough of a balance that, like, it would just rotate and stay. Or you'd want it heavy enough or something. I don't know how it works. Do you want to see what you animated? It's very short, but I'm really happy with how it turned out. Sure. Sure, I'll take a look. But yeah, I think this is a good painting, or a good spot to stop. A good painting to stop on, I should say. I've never really painted much rainy stuff, so maybe we'll do that next stream, because we'll work on this. Although I do feel like as far as rainy spots go, there's definitely some cool water feature type stuff that I could probably look up and draw inspiration from. There's some really cool, what do you call them, like water chimes? So not wind chimes, but like the water will drip and make sounds. You've probably seen them, like, sometimes they'll have things... I'm trying to think how they work. Like, sometimes you'll have like a tube like this. Oh, hold on. You'll have like a tube. And the water will come out. But then it'll like drip onto like a drum or something. And it'll go bloop, 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 bloop. It like makes a sound. You'll have like little literal drums, and then you'll have like another pot down here. So, oh. So you have like a pot with a drum or something. I don't know quite how it works. Like this. And then from here, you'll have like another one. Or something. And then this one has another sound. So you get like a... It's like... It plays like music, kind of. You have like these systems of... You're using the rainwater to create sounds, and it's pretty cool. It's sort of like a rhythmic sound that just sounds pleasant, I guess. I don't know. I've always thought... I would never want to live near a place with those, but if you're walking through like a garden area, like a Japanese garden or something, and they have these little things. I don't know if it's a Japanese garden. I've been to places where they have like little rain gardens. But I know bamboo fountains where the wood makes the sound. Yeah, and yeah, some they have just like, you know, things that like rotate in various ways where they'll like, you know, they'll catch the water, they'll drip it, and then they'll pivot back in the other way. And they do different things. There's a lot of little rain... I don't know if they're called rain chimes. I might have just made that up. But they have a bunch of different versions of it. Some use drums. Some use, bamboo probably. Some use different... You know, some it's just the dripping of the water, but they do it in a way that like modulates the size of the raindrop or something. Like some get pretty technical. There's a lot of like cool rain related art out there, and that would be a neat... I feel like that stuff would be a really cool thing in a rainy climate that's like always rainy. You know, if you're doing a fantasy design and you want to show, you know, the life of a person who lives in a rainy spot, it'd be cool to have like a cozy little, you know, rain chime area. So yeah, maybe we'll do something like that. Now, I don't know what's going on with this house. It looks very small. But that's okay. We don't need it to be big. Just be small and cozy. Have you seen the drums with water on them? Yeah. Oh, that people play with their hands. Oh, I don't... Maybe. Oh, yeah, and it makes the... Yeah, I've seen that. One word, and I changed everything. Oh. Here's a link. I recommend that when you see the video, you left click on it and give the option to repeat so it loops since it's like a second or two long. Okay, let's take a look. Let me save this. Oh, yeah, you weren't wrong for the loop. Oh, that's cool. Person's head turning into like a snake. That's fun. I like it. When you start with something like that, do you ever just start animating and not know where you're gonna go? And like have you ever played Gartic Phone? I feel like Gartic Phone is like animating in the same way that I paint. You just start with a frame, and then because you're going off of someone else's image, you don't know where, like, you get to decide where you want to go, but then the next person can choose a different direction. So you have things like, you know, morphing into one thing and then it just quickly changes into something else. Or like it's very chaotic, and I like it. But yeah, that stuff's fun. I could, because that made me think of that, where like it starts as a person, but then you just start extending their neck and like, let's make it a snake. But that's cool. I like it. I don't know much about animating, so I couldn't tell you anything on the technical level, but... Oh yeah, animation. There's an animation feature on Gartic Phone. I did it years ago. Haven't played in years, I think. But anyway, I'm glad that this comes out looking like it's rainy, though. Or if it looks like it's rainy, I don't even know. Maybe it doesn't. I'll have to take a look at it later. I like Gartic Phone, but don't think I'd ever play the animation one. It's surprisingly fun. Like, I'm not good at... That's the only time I've ever animated is in Gartic Phone. But they give... You know, it has an onion skin feature. It has all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I think it's cool. But anyway, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. I had fun today. We made some progress on our world map, minus the orange stuff. Yeah, we added a little location here. It's still very loose and blobby, but that's fine. We got the location down. We got like a little, you know, reef area on the coast. And yeah. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the subs, the gift subs, the good chatting. Good to see some of you, some familiar faces who haven't been here in quite a while. To see you pop back in always makes me happy. And yeah, I will probably work on this painting next stream, I think. So on Monday, or Saturday, I mean. Saturday's next stream. Because I think it'd just be fun to do a rainy painting. I don't know if it'll be this exact painting. I might do some, like, iterations of this building and sort of do, like, a whole water-themed sort of design session. Treat it as, like, a little design project. Might even do some research ahead of stream to, like, get some references for different types of water features that involve rain and rain storage. But yeah, let's go raid somebody. So take care, everybody. See y'all